At this moment, Han Li's expression was tense, his eyes fixed on the opponent's every move without blinking, his hands tightly gripping the red and yellow wolf-headed jade rui. Meanwhile, silver light flashed behind him, and two silver-white wings appeared. The Eight Gates golden mirror. How could the opponent possess such a heaven-defying thing? Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. As soon as he thought of the origin of this item, his first thought was that he absolutely couldn't directly confront it. Confronting such a legendary treasure head-on would be foolish unless he had a death wish. This Eight Gates golden mirror had once destroyed a generation of leaders of the Star Palace, a supreme treasure that had shaken the entire chaotic star sea for hundreds of years. It had accompanied a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao for countless years, dominating the star sea without fear of the Star Palace's power. This cultivator was once the true #1 cultivator of the Star Sea. The main reason for his fame was, of course, his high cultivation level as the Sky Mirror Scatterer, which was unrivaled in the Star Sea at that time. However, the power of his main magic treasure, the Eight Gates golden mirror, was also well known to everyone. At that time, it was even called the #1 attack magic treasure in the Star Sea. Countless cultivators had died under this mirror, including numerous Yuanying stage cultivators, which spoke volumes about its terror. Of course, the Eight Gates mirror in Wen Tianren's possession was definitely not the original one used by the Sky Mirror Scatterer. It was merely a replica created through refinement. Because with Wen Tianren's cultivation level, it was impossible for him to control such a tremendously powerful magic treasure. If he were to absorb the original treasure into his body, its overwhelming power would surely burst his body. If it were the genuine item, Han Li wouldn't even hesitate to flee immediately. He wouldn't dare to entertain any thoughts of resistance. However, even facing this greatly diminished replica, Han Li had no intention of confronting it head-on. After all, the reputation of the former #1 attack magic treasure in the Star Sea was too frightening. If push came to shove, he was prepared to use the speed of his wind thunder wings to temporarily avoid its edge. He had some confidence in the speed of his wind thunder wings, so although he was nervous, he didn't show any signs of panic. At this moment, on Wen Tianren's side, after the golden light rebounded off the last golden mirror, it condensed into a golden light ball the size of a head, suspended in the air in front of his chest. It flickered, seemingly on the verge of bursting at any moment. Without hesitation, Wen Tianren beckoned with one hand, and the light ball immediately flew into his palm with a whoosh. Supporting the light ball with one hand, Wen Tianren glanced at Han Li opposite him. When his gaze fell on the silver wings behind Han Li, a strange expression flickered across his face, but it quickly disappeared. At this time, the purple spirit fairy standing behind him looked at Wen Tianren's golden horn between his eyebrows, then glanced at the silver wings behind Han Li, feeling a dryness in her mouth and a complex expression on her face. The intense battle between these two had truly opened her eyes. They were not comparable to ordinary cultivators at all, and now that both sides had unleashed their ultimate moves, it was clear that one of them would emerge victorious. Under this tense atmosphere, the woman couldn't help but hold her breath, silently watching without speaking. As for whom she hoped would win in her heart, perhaps only she knew. When Tianren made his move, he suddenly swung the golden light ball in his hand towards his chest, then lightly tapped it with his other hand. After the two palms came together, the light ball shattered, and countless thumb-sized light balls scattered and flew out. But strangely, every single one shot into one of the 8 small mirrors. Immediately, the golden mirrors emitted intense light, trembling as 8 thick golden light beams burst out of them. These light beams almost reached Han Li in the blink of an eye, making his face change color. Puff, puff, a series of sounds followed. The outermost layer, dozens of sword lights formed by the splitting light sword technique, immediately dissipated upon contact with the light beams. Even the true bodies of those blue bamboo cloud swords were swept away by the golden light without any resistance, unable to stop the light beams at all. The 5 elements' giant ring behind them managed to withstand for a moment before emitting a mournful cry. The colorful light flickered, and the giant ring shattered and disintegrated into countless pieces of powder right in front of Han Li's eyes, unable to block the golden light. A look of shock appeared on Han Li's face, followed by a hint of regret. The 5 elements ring was not very effective against high-level cultivators, but it was extremely effective against low-level cultivators. It was truly a pity. Seeing these incredibly sharp golden lights breaking through the giant ring and about to reach the final layer of light barrier, Han Li sighed softly. With a flick of his hand, he disappeared from his original position, with the sound of thunder rumbling behind him. The next moment, he reappeared dozens of zhang away in another part of the sky and disappeared again with another roar of thunder. Seeing this, Wen Tianren was momentarily stunned. But then his face changed, and he remembered something. With a flash of fire under his feet, he shot up into the sky, disappearing to another place not far away in an instant. However, as soon as he left, Han Li appeared exactly where he had been before. At the same time, a green sword light flashed in his hand, and his face showed a hint of surprise. But then, without hesitation, he disappeared again in the roaring silver light. This time, Wen Tianren didn't flee, but a solemn expression appeared on his face. He pinched a strange and complex hand seal with both hands, while golden threads shot out from the golden horn between his eyebrows and directly flew into the golden flames below. He closed his eyes slowly. In the flames, Han Li also calmed down, staring at the golden light around him and the golden flames surrounding him with a solemn expression. As soon as the golden flames appeared, his spiritual power poured out of his body at 5 or 6 times the previous speed. Otherwise, the silver light barrier would immediately become unstable and on the verge of collapse. It seemed that the opponent wanted to exhaust his spiritual power with these golden flames, and then refine him alive into ashes. If he hadn't comprehended the enhancement method of the wolf-headed Ruyi's protective shield while overseas, he would probably have lost his life in an instant. And the power of this golden flame of divinity seemed extraordinary as well. Although not as powerful as the heavenly ice flame or the Asura sacred fire, it was probably not inferior to the extremely yin corpse flame of the ghost city. Han Li secretly analyzed the power of the golden flames in his heart. If it were an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, being trapped in this golden flame would indeed be, as Wen Tianren said, utterly unable to endure for even a moment. But Han Li was different. At this moment, as he looked at the surrounding golden flames with a slight frown, he slapped his storage pouch with one hand, producing a small bottle in his palm. Looking at the small bottle, Han Li couldn't help but sigh softly. This newly acquired Millennium Spirit liquid was probably not going to last long. It was ironic. If he hadn't obtained these spirit fluids from Yuan Yao, he would probably be in a dire situation now. But similarly, if he hadn't wanted these spirit fluids, he wouldn't have encountered the 6 Dao air and ended up in this trapped situation. This made Han Li feel extremely strange. Now it seemed like he was at a disadvantage, but with half a bottle of Millennium Spirit liquid in his possession, he actually felt confident. On the contrary, whether it was the trapped golden light or the raging golden flames, Wen Tianren couldn't deploy them without any cost. Engaging in a battle of cultivation and endurance with him was actually Han Li's opportunity to win. This time, the opponent was definitely digging their own grave. With this thought, a trace of coldness flashed across Han Li's face. He also sat cross-legged within the light barrier, preparing to formally engage in a battle of attrition with the 6 Dao air, and then counterattack. A strange scene appeared. The originally thunderous sky suddenly fell silent. Wen Tianren and Han Li, one above and one below, sat quietly without speaking, each forming hand seals. Only the pile of several Zhang Hai golden flames burned silently. The stunning purple spirit fairy saw this scene, her bright eyes turning, sighing softly in her heart. In her view, since Han Li was trapped by Wen Tianren's divine flames and unable to escape, his defeat was inevitable. Although Han Li could rely on the silver light barrier for the time being, it was merely a struggle to support it. This woman now only stood at a distance with a complex expression, still showing no intention of intervening in the fight between the two. At this time, dozens of li away from the island, Mei siblings and the old man with the surname Zhao, and other low-level cultivators, although too far away to see the fierce battle between Han Li and Wen Tianren, could vaguely sense it from the remnants of light and the rumbling explosions. As a result, everyone's faces changed drastically. They might mistakenly think that the white figure was fighting with the Foundation establishment cultivators on the island, so naturally, they didn't dare to leave this place. Now that all the sounds and signs of the fight suddenly disappeared, these cultivators looked at each other in confusion, unsure if the outcome had been determined or if something unexpected had occurred. Naturally, they didn't dare to leave easily and could only grit their teeth and continue to stay in place. On the other side of the small island, the group of beautiful female cultivators who had surrounded the beast cart still whispered with worried expressions on their faces. Although they were called Wen Tianren's personal maids, their status was similar to concubines, all favored by the Six Dao heir. If something happened to Wen Tianren, the consequences for these maids when they returned would be unimaginable. However, because Wen Tianren had ordered them not to follow when he brought Purple Spirit over, these maids, although uneasy after discussing it, still didn't dare to rashly enter the island. So time passed little by little. From day to night, and from night to early morning, most of the day passed silently. Yet the island remained quiet, as if yesterday's battle had never happened. This sudden division made the two groups of cultivators nearby increasingly anxious and suspicious. Meanwhile, other cultivators began to appear nearby. After the celestial phenomena appeared yesterday, the cultivators on nearby small islands mostly knew about the news of the treasure's emergence, so naturally, they all rushed over. Most of them were in the foundation establishment stage, but there were also a few nascent soul cultivators mixed in. These people flew from all directions. After arriving near the small island and taking a quick look around, they naturally encountered the old man and others, or saw the female cultivators near the beast cart. The cultivators who met with the old man were fortunate. The old man and the May siblings had a wide circle of friends, so they chatted with them casually without deceit. The later cultivators heard that a foundation establishment cultivator had already entered the island and had not returned yet, so they began to murmur. They gathered where the old man and others were, still unwilling to recklessly enter the island. However, on the other side, when the cultivators saw the beautiful and young female cultivators near the beast cart and wanted to approach for a chat, the leading female cultivator showed the emblem of the Anti-Star Alliance without hesitation. Immediately, these cultivators turned pale and hurriedly turned away. Are you kidding? Although they didn't know if there was really a treasure on the island, since the Six Dao heir had intervened, they naturally didn't dare to make any moves. And since the young master hadn't come out yet, if something really happened, they didn't want to get involved. As a result, although a small number of cultivators were scared away by the reputation of the Anti-Star Alliance, 3 or 4 dozen later-stage cultivators still gathered near the island. However, there were no more high-level foundation establishment cultivators among them, and they arrived late. These cultivators were all harboring ulterior motives. They didn't want to rashly enter the island, but were also unwilling to leave. Most of them were planning to take advantage of the chaos. In the sky above the island, dark clouds and mist continued to swirl, covering the entire small island. The island was completely shrouded in a gloomy environment. Just then, a bright green light suddenly shot out from one corner of the island, piercing through the clouds. Immediately, the previously turbulent sky calmed down, and all the dark clouds began to sink gradually, descending to a height of over 100 zhang above the ground. This scene of the sky, now resembling a terrifying storm about to arrive, made all the nearby cultivators shiver in fear. But some cunning cultivators secretly rejoiced, because they believed that the green light was obviously emitted by a treasure, a sign that the treasure was about to emerge. Suddenly, these cultivators couldn't restrain their greed any longer. After discussing among themselves, a dozen or so people organized themselves and prepared to fly into the island to take a look. They thought that with so many foundation establishment cultivators working together, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to easily deal with them. The remaining cultivators were more cautious, simply watching the actions of these people with disdain. Some were willing to be the first to explore, and they were happy to wait and see. Moreover, they didn't believe that with the presence of nascent soul cultivators inside, these people could really get anything good. Meanwhile, on the other side of the small island, when Tianren's group of maids could no longer wait in place, they crowded around the beast cart and flew towards the small island. Unbeknownst to all, in a deep sea hundreds of miles away from the small island, strange black lights suddenly flickered, followed by a thin black crack appearing out of nowhere. Subsequently, countless dark mists gushed out from the crevice. Initially small in size, these mists rapidly expanded, quickly growing to the size of miles and still expanding relentlessly. Within these dark mists, eerie cries and howls echoed, accompanied by strange black lightning jumping and flickering. What was even more peculiar was that creatures like fish and shrimp near the black mists seemed to be drawn towards them, flying into the mists like moths to a flame. In the blink of an eye, all living beings in the nearby sea vanished. Yet the black mists seemed insatiable, aggressively expanding their area. 2 miles, 3 miles. They not only emerged from the surface of the sea, but also covered the entire nearby sea area. The astonishing black mist sea, stretching endlessly into the distance, sent shivers down the spines of those who saw it, instilling fear and dread. From high above, the spreading range of these mists soon reached the island where Yuan Yao was casting her soul reanimation technique. However, all the cultivators on the island, including Han Li, remained completely unaware of these ominous developments. On the small island, within a silver light barrier, Han Li tilted his head back and dropped a drop of spirit liquid into his mouth. Then he looked at the small bottle in his hand, showing a contemplative expression. This was already the 5th drop of spirit liquid he had used. Although the golden light outside the barrier showed no sign of weakening, the outermost golden flames were somewhat smaller than at the beginning. It seemed that after such a long period of consumption, the opponent was beginning to falter. Presumably, in a short time, it would be his chance to break free. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li's hand flashed with white light as he calmly stored the small bottle into his storage pouch. At the same time, he looked up at the cloudy sky, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He had clearly seen the green light pillar and the anomaly in the sky just now. And that light pillar had come from the direction of the small valley, indicating that it was caused by Yuan Yao's spell. Although he didn't know the details over there, the looming dark clouds didn't seem like the result of a successful resurrection technique. These thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind one by one, but he quickly set them aside. Until he broke free from the golden light, he had no time to spare and wouldn't dwell on these matters. Now, after he let out a sigh, the various magic treasures within his body began to stir eagerly, and the silver wings that had disappeared from his back reappeared faintly. Floating above the golden flames, Wen Tianren no longer had the smug expression he had when he trapped Han Li. Instead, his face was pale, covered with a faint black aura. The golden horns between his brows, compared to yesterday, were only a third of their original length, now measuring only about an inch. At this moment, this disciple of the Six Dao sect wore a terrifyingly dark expression. He felt both shocked and angry, with a hint of hidden fear. He knew better than anyone the power of these golden flames. He had exaggerated when he claimed that the other party could hold out for a couple of hours under the golden flames. In his true thoughts, the other party wouldn't even last half an hour. Although he had lost some vitality, it was worth it to eliminate this major threat. But half an hour later, there was no movement from the other party under the golden flames, which surprised him. After an hour, the opponent's aura still hadn't disappeared, and his face showed astonishment. 2 hours later, Han Li's light barrier remained solid, and Wen Tianren felt thoroughly uneasy. He had a vague feeling that he might be doing something foolish. The other party wasn't afraid to confront him head-on with their magical powers. It was obvious that either the other party had something to accelerate their recovery of magical powers, or there was some other mystery at play. And as far as he knew, the only thing that could rapidly restore magical powers was the extremely rare and exceptional 1,000-year spirit liquid. Could it be that the other party truly possessed such an item? Wen Tianren quickly guessed the truth. But now he was in a difficult position. First, he had lost most of his true demonized body, and then he had used a considerable amount of essence to employ the 8 Gates golden mirror. His cultivation had greatly diminished by now. If he were to release Han Li and fight him head-on, his chances of winning would not be too high. However, Wen Tianren also knew that the 1,000-year spirit liquid, a heaven-defying item, was something that ordinary cultivators couldn't carry much of with them. So after some deliberation, he continued to deplete his true essence by using the golden flames to refine Han Li. He was determined that after this ordeal, he would have to spend the next 20 to 30 years in seclusion to recover his vitality. Even if it meant depleting Han Li's spiritual medicine and refining him to ashes. And thus, this stalemate continued. During this period, every quarter of an hour made Wen Tianren's expression even more grim. Now, he could no longer sustain himself for much longer under the golden flames. At this moment, he was desperately trying to come up with a way to escape his current predicament. The appearance of the green light pillar just now gave him an idea. Purple spirit, go to where he came from now and capture his companion for me. That person should be helpless during the critical moment of casting spells. When Tianren commanded the previously gentle and elegant purple spirit fairy with a cold and vicious tone. Upon hearing this, purple spirit fairy, who had been standing still, showed a slight change in expression. This battle had repeatedly challenged this woman's rationality. She had originally thought that Han Li, trapped in the golden flames, wouldn't last long. But now that a night had passed and Han Li was unharmed, while Wen Tianren had fallen into a dilemma, it shocked her. Now, upon hearing Wen Tianren's words, this extremely intelligent woman was momentarily stunned. But then she understood his intention. The young master of the inauspicious Star Alliance intended to use the person casting the spell to blackmail Han Li, forcing him to be cautious. Presumably, since Han Li was willing to protect him, their relationship should be quite close. However, this also meant that this usually self-assured disciple of the Six Tao sect had truly reached a desperate situation, resorting to such clandestine means. Purple Spirit's expression returned to a cold and icy demeanor, and she did not act according to his command. Seeing this scene, Wen Tianren's eyes flashed with cold light, and his voice turned sinister. What? Do you think that because I've greatly diminished my cultivation, you can defy my orders? Or perhaps joining our alliance was too much for you in the first place, and you want to betray us? But don't forget, our alliance now dominates most of the chaotic Star Sea. With just you, a chi condensation cultivator, where can you escape to? Obey my orders obediently. I can overlook your recent disobedience and not pursue it further. Wen Tianren employed a mix of soft and hard tactics in his speech. Purple Spirit Fairy's expression changed, hesitating for a moment. Just as the young woman hadn't made her choice yet, a streak of light flew over from the distance. As it approached, Purple Spirit and Wen Tianren almost simultaneously recognized the group of female cultivators riding on a beast-drawn carriage. Wen Tianren was overjoyed at the sight, while Purple Spirit couldn't help but smile wryly. Initially, these Foundation establishment cultivators were insignificant, but now their arrival had inadvertently helped Wen Tianren greatly. However, before Purple Spirit could erase the wry smile from her lips, an unexpected sight unfolded. Just as the group of cultivators flew out not far, they suddenly began to fall like birds shot down, crashing onto the island. Joining them in the same fate were Wen Tianren's entourage of maidservants. Their flight magical tools seemed to have lost their spiritual nature in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Purple Spirit and Wen Tianren, who had just flown out for a few moments, suddenly lost their momentum and fell into the deep sea at the edge of the island. At the same time, the golden flames remaining in the original spot flickered a few times before extinguishing completely, revealing the 8 small mirrors and exposing the silver light barrier. The light barrier, upon being revealed, immediately disintegrated into countless fragments and vanished. Han Li, inside the barrier, was left with a look of shock. Han Li was shocked. Seeing himself about to fall from a height of several dozen meters onto a pile of jagged rocks, he twisted his body abruptly into a strange angle and used his feet to push against the air. With a swoosh, he shot sideways towards a nearby tree, landing steadily on its branch. Only then did cold sweat break out on his forehead. Luckily, the Luo Yan steps technique he had learned before did not require any spiritual power. Otherwise, for a core formation stage cultivator to die from such a fall would have been a true joke in the cultivation world. However, those foundation establishment stage cultivators would not be as fortunate. There would likely be many casualties. Hanley calmed his mind slightly, but before he could take any further action, a series of clangs came from nearby. His expression changed, and he quickly looked over. Sure enough, his 2 sets of azure bamboo cloud-swarming swords, which had not been stored away, fell to the ground with clear, crisp sounds. Nearby lay the 8 trigrams golden mirrors, the flower basket, and the silver bell. At this moment, all of these items were dull and lifeless, as if they had lost all their spiritual power. Han Li's heart sank, and he hurriedly tried to extend a wisp of his divine sense to scan these treasures. The result left him chilled to the core. His once immensely powerful divine sense was now completely immobile within his body, unable to extend out in the slightest. Han Li took a sharp breath. With both his spiritual power and divine sense incapacitated, he was no different from an ordinary mortal right now. He couldn't use any spells, nor could he open his storage pouch or spirit beast pouch. Han Li glanced at the boundless black fog, which was now clearly visible, and his face turned pale. At the speed of this ghost fog, his current mortal body had no chance of escaping. Han Li's face turned grim as he quickly thought about his options. He then gritted his teeth, his figure blurred, and he landed beside the fallen treasures. He frantically grabbed at the ground, collecting all the treasures into his hands. Since he couldn't use his storage pouch, he had no choice but to stuff these items into his robe. Fortunately, the treasures were not too large in size. Otherwise, Han Li wouldn't have been able to gather them all. Just as Han Li finished gathering the treasures, the boundless black fog, which was over 100 meters tall, instantly engulfed the small island. As soon as Han Li stood up, he felt an enormous suction force emanate from the ghost fog. Before he could understand what was happening, he was pulled into the air. Han Li was terrified. He tried to use the Luo Yan steps to escape, but it was completely ineffective. Moments later, he was sucked into the pitch-black fog. Countless black lightning bolts intertwined, instantly enveloping him. With a low, rumbling sound, Han Li vanished within the black light, disappearing without a trace into the ghost fog. Han Li's ears buzzed with all sorts of strange noises bombarding his mind, his body spinning uncontrollably in the darkness. He could see nothing but pitch blackness. Suddenly, Han Li felt his body come to a halt, and then fall without any support. With a dull thud, he landed heavily on something soft and thick, thankfully without sustaining any injuries. This allowed Han Li to finally breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes saw nothing but darkness. However, a strong, fishy smell suddenly filled his nostrils. Han Li touched the ground around him. It was slimy, sticky, with something wriggling around. He realized he was in a pile of fish and shrimp, all still alive and writhing. Han Li frowned and tried to stand up slowly, but a sudden splitting headache struck him. His limbs went limp, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Han Li silently cursed, understanding that this was the result of being forcibly transported without the protection of spiritual power. It seemed he wouldn't be able to stand up for a while. Given this, Han Li thought for a moment and decided to conserve his strength by lying still among the fish and shrimp, waiting for his limbs to regain their normal function. Just then, several meters above his head, a cluster of black lightning suddenly appeared. With the faint light, Han Li saw that the ceiling 10 meters above him was made of strange, pointed rocks, indicating that he was in an underground cavern. And within the eerie lightning, there seemed to be something else. Han Li's curiosity was piqued. The black lightning flickered a few times and then disappeared, and something black fell out of it, heading straight for Han Li. Han Li was startled and wanted to dodge, but he was too weak to move and could only watch as the object fell. A woman's muffled groan sounded, followed by a warm, soft body pressing against Han Li. It was a woman who had also been transported here. The woman seemed panicked, not realizing she was lying on top of Han Li. She struggled to get up, inadvertently grabbing a handful of his hair. Han Li winced in pain and let out a soft gasp. Who's there? The woman finally realized someone was beneath her, and her eyes, wide with fear, met Han Li's. She looked quite young. "Who are you?" the woman asked, her voice trembling. Her heart was pounding so loudly that it was especially clear in the silent darkness. "A man," Han Li replied, feeling oddly inclined to joke given the circumstances. You, the woman, hearing this, was both embarrassed and angry. She glared at Han Li, but, unable to move due to her weakness, could only barely lift her head to put some distance between their faces. However, her fragrant breath continued to brush against Han Li's face, creating an unusual sensation. He could feel the warmth and surprising softness of her body, which stirred a reaction within him. "What are you doing?" The woman sensed Han Li's body's reaction and, blushing furiously, glared at him more fiercely, though there was a hint of helplessness in her eyes that Han Li found somewhat endearing. "It's not what I want to do. It's just that without spiritual power or divine sense, even if I want to be a gentleman, I can't. I'm a normal man, and under these circumstances, it's unavoidable," Han Li said with a bitter smile. The woman snorted but seemed to accept his explanation, though she remained wary. Since Han Li couldn't move either, she had no choice but to tolerate the situation for now. The darkness fell silent, with only the sounds of their hearts beating echoing through the space. Han Li felt that this was the most bizarre experience he had ever had. Lying among wriggling fish and shrimp, with a strange woman pressed against him, was truly absurd. "Are you one of the cultivators who arrived on the island earlier?" the woman suddenly asked after a moment of silence. "I suppose you could say that," Han Li replied, thinking of the dozen or so other cultivators who had entered the island. It seemed this woman was also among those who had come seeking the rumored treasures. "HMPH, what do you mean, suppose?" The woman's eyes flashed with suspicion. Han Li smiled faintly and was about to respond when he heard hurried footsteps in the distance. A moment later, several torches appeared, moving towards them, with shadows flickering underneath. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. There were others here, and they didn't seem to be cultivators who had been swallowed by the ghost fog. In no time, the torches drew closer, revealing 5 or 6 tall men, each standing over 2 meters high. They were in their 30s or 40s, dressed in green clothes and wielding white weapons. They had large leather bags slung over their backs and were rushing towards them. Han Li was taken aback, trying to figure out who these people were. He felt a strand of hair brush past his face as the woman on his chest also turned to look at the approaching men. Her body trembled slightly, suggesting she was quite nervous. Han Li frowned, trying to move his fingers. It seemed he was slowly regaining some strength. It wouldn't be long before he was back to normal. Moments later, the torches finally arrived nearby. With the light, Han Li could see a bit further. Nearby, the ground was covered in heaps of fish and shrimp, forming a thick layer. He and the woman were on top of a particularly high pile. In the distance, it was still pitch dark, impossible to see anything clearly. The place seemed very vast, with no walls in sight. The men stopped about 20 or 30 meters from Han Li. They quickly dropped their leather bags to the ground. While one man stood on guard, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, the others began stuffing the fish and shrimp into their bags. Han Li found this scene surprising. The woman on him couldn't help but make a small exclamation, though it was too soft to be noticed by the men. Han Li instinctively glanced at her face. In the faint red light, a sweet and beautiful face appeared, somewhat visible in the darkness. The woman quickly noticed Han Li's brazen gaze. Her face seemed to blush, and she turned her neck slightly, hiding her face in the dark again, leaving only a pair of shy, glowing eyes. Han Li found this amusing. This woman had been straightforward and somewhat bossy when they couldn't see each other's faces. Now that they could, she seemed timid and easily embarrassed. The fierce impression she initially gave was now completely gone. Just then, a shout came from the distance. "Not good, retreat quickly. Fire-scaled beasts are coming up," the guard shouted to the others. The men stuffing their bags immediately threw them over their shoulders and ran in another direction, leaving behind only 2 torches stuck in the ground, flickering. Almost simultaneously, several long screeches came from the distance, as if something had noticed the men. Then, Heavy thudding sounds approached rapidly. Several crimson figures, about a meter long, shot out from the darkness and disappeared in a flash. In that brief moment, Han Li saw the so-called fire-scaled beasts clearly. They were fearsome creatures with leopard heads and red scales, baring sharp fangs, looking extremely fierce. In the blink of an eye, the place was quiet again. Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief. The beasts hadn't noticed them, which was a small blessing. After a while, Han Li clenched his fists slightly and then gently lifted the woman off his chest, slowly standing up. His body had finally recovered, and he could move freely. "Put me down. I'm almost better too," the woman said softly, blushing in his arms. "If you don't mind getting covered in fish slime, I don't care," Han Li replied, glancing at her. The woman looked at the wriggling fish and shrimp on the ground, hesitated, and wisely said nothing more. Han Li, carrying the woman, lightly jumped down from the pile of fish, heading toward the torches. Although he didn't know what kind of place this was, it would be troublesome to be in total darkness. Bending slightly, Han Li picked up a torch and looked around, contemplating. "Put me down. I can move now," the woman said softly after a moment. Han Li let her go without a word. She landed lightly, adjusted her clothes, and picked up another torch, also examining their surroundings. Suddenly, Han Li started walking in the direction the men had come from. "Where are you going?" the woman asked, alarmed. "I don't want those beasts to return, so I need to find a safe place," Han Li replied without looking back. Hearing that the beasts might return, the woman looked fearful. She hesitated, then quickly followed, staying close behind Han Li. Han Li said nothing, continuing to walk ahead. After walking about 100 meters, the ground was no longer covered in fish and shrimp. Instead, it was a kind of soft black sand. After a few more steps, Han Li stopped and illuminated the ground with his torch, revealing clear footprints. They were the footprints of the men who had walked over earlier. The woman almost bumped into Han Li's back, puzzled. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. Han Li didn't respond. He crouched, grabbed a handful of sand and sniffed it, his expression turning strange. "A strong smell of blood. This place isn't safe," Han Li said flatly, continuing to follow the footprints. The woman was startled and stayed even closer to Han Li. They walked for what felt like the time it takes to eat a meal, finally seeing a faint blue light ahead. Han Li squinted and quickened his pace. As they got closer, they saw a glowing blue exit in the dark area ahead. It was only about a meter wide, but enough for one person to pass through. They were invigorated and hurried towards it. Soon they reached the exit and went through one after the other. But as soon as Han Li emerged, a flash of white light appeared, and 7 or 8 jade-like swords were at his neck. A cold voice spoke. "Who are you, and where are our men? Are you newcomers from outside?" The voice was hoarse but made Han Li's heart tremble. Surrounding him were over 20 young men and women, all armed with strange, glowing weapons, dressed similarly to the men from before. They stared at Han Li with various expressions. The speaker, a lean middle-aged man in his 40s, scrutinized Han Li with a strange look. The woman who had followed Han Li out was surrounded by several others, not daring to move. I think we are the newcomers you mentioned, but do you often have outsiders here? Han Li asked with a bitter smile. You don't need to say it. Your strange attire gives you away as outsiders, but you're lucky to have met us. Most outsiders become food for the shadow beasts before they understand what's happening, the man said coldly, though his tone softened slightly. He waved his hand, and the others sheathed their weapons. Han Li touched his neck, surprised by the heat from the weapons, as if they were red-hot irons. He looked around, finding himself at the base of a small stone mountain, having been inside its belly. In the distance was a vast yellow desert, its extent unknown. Looking up, Han Li was shocked. The sky was dark with pitch-black clouds, with no end in sight. Blue lightning bolts jumped and flickered within, casting an eerie blue light. Before he could fully take it in, the lean man asked sharply, "Did you see anyone else? They are our companions." "We saw a few, but they were chased by some beasts and ran in another direction," Han Li replied without hesitation. "Beasts? What kind?" The man tensed, gripping his weapon tightly. "I heard them called fire-scaled beasts." "Fire-scaled beasts, that's good. Our men should handle them. But just in case, Fan Li, take a few and go to the nearest exit to support them," the lean man ordered calmly. Immediately, a towering man led several others and left quickly. This time, I don't know if I should say you are unlucky or lucky. You happen to encounter the centennial eruption of absolute spirit chi. This made the spatial rift much larger than usual. Anyone caught in it, no matter how powerful, had no escape. However, because of this, the beasts that usually stay within the mountain have mostly left. Otherwise, you would have been devoured the moment you fell in. The thin man glanced back at the two and said indifferently. Hearing this, Hanley felt a slight chill in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Forgive my rudeness, but can you tell us where this place is? From your tone, it seems extremely dangerous here." Dangerous? Heth, dangerous doesn't even begin to describe it. I don't care what you two were outside, what kind of prestigious identities you might have had. In this underworld, there's no such thing as freeloaders. Everyone who can move must do their part, or they'll be fed to the beasts. The man sneered as he took in their attire, evidently recognizing that Han Li and the woman were not ordinary individuals. Han Li furrowed his brows, wanting to ask more questions, but the man impatiently waved him off, saying, "This is an emergency period. I don't have time to explain things to outsiders. Everything will be clear once we get back to the village. If we don't leave soon, the beasts will return to their lairs. Quickly seal this secret exit. We can use it again later." His last words were directed at the others, who immediately began piling stones to block the exit tightly. "Let's go. If we're lucky, we should meet up with Ah Hu and the others on the way. If we don't move now, we'll be stuck when the ghostly winds start." The thin man looked up at the overcast sky, his face somber. He then turned and started walking. The others followed silently, without acknowledging Han Li and the woman. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flashed with contemplation. Should we follow them? The woman beside him, feeling uneasy as she watched the group move further away while Han Li stood lost in thought, asked nervously. Without her powers, she was merely a frail woman with no sense of direction, naturally looking to Han Li, who remained calm, for guidance. Yes, why not? Let's first take a look at this so-called village. Maybe there we can find a way to regain our powers. Han Li raised his head and said calmly, then decisively started following the group. The woman, feeling relieved, quickly followed. By the way, I don't know your name yet. I'm Han, a wandering cultivator, Han Li asked casually as they walked. I'm May Enning. I came here with my brother. We were together when we were sucked into the ghost fog, but he didn't end up here. The woman, who turned out to be the gentle May Enning of the May siblings, looked worried as she mentioned her brother. That's normal. Those black lightning bolts seem to have a random teleportation effect. We were sent into the mountain, but your brother might have been sent elsewhere. If we encountered many cultivators, it's unlikely just the two of us would be transported here. We can look for him slowly. We'll reunite eventually, Han Li said calmly. May Enning felt reassured by his words, but became increasingly curious about Han Li. His face was ordinary and unfamiliar. She was sure she had never seen him before. Was he perhaps a cultivator from another direction who had entered the island? May Enning speculated with some doubt. Full of questions, she wanted to ask Han Li more but hesitated, feeling they weren't that familiar yet. While she was lost in her thoughts, they caught up to the group ahead. Even without their powers, the bodies of cultivators, tempered through training, were far beyond ordinary people. Seeing Han Li and May Enning keeping pace, the thin man's eyes flashed with surprise, but he said nothing, merely quickening his pace. The others also sped up. Han Li noticed their actions and was slightly taken aback. These people were far more agile than normal folks. Though they didn't seem to possess profound inner power, they had clearly practiced some rudimentary martial arts. It seemed that only physical skills were useful here. As he pondered this, Han Li recalled his earlier suspicions about the ghost fog. While the ghost fog was indeed fearsome, it shouldn't be so utterly inescapable. It seemed strange that their powers were sealed before even touching the fog. If past encounters with the ghost fog were this deadly, even nascent soul stage cultivators would not have survived. There were many accounts of lower-level cultivators encountering and escaping the ghost fog. The mention of absolute spirit chi by the thin man had given Han Li some answers. The name alone suggested that the suppression of their powers and senses was related to it. It seemed they were unlucky to have encountered an especially potent ghost fog, resulting in their capture. Most likely, other surviving cultivators were scattered in different parts of this place. As Han Li pondered, the thin man suddenly stopped and turned his head sharply to the side. The others also halted and looked in the same direction. In the distance, a yellow cloud of dust was rapidly approaching. "It's who and the others," exclaimed a young man with a hint of childishness in his voice. The others also showed signs of excitement. The thin man nodded, his face showing relief before it quickly turned serious. From the yellow dust came sharp howls. "Everyone, hurry up. They're being chased by beasts," the man shouted urgently, drawing his white sword and rushing forward. The others quickly followed, drawing their weapons as well. Han Li didn't move, watching the scene with a hint of intrigue. In an instant, the group charged into the yellow dust, where shouts and roars mingled with beastly howls. It took a full tea's worth of time before the sounds gradually died down, eventually ceasing altogether. A moment later, cheers erupted from the dust cloud as the group emerged, covered in blood but smiling broadly. They returned to the path, now joined by several tall men whom Han Li had seen in the mountain. These men carried large leather bags. Seeing Han Li and Mei Enning, they looked surprised. But after a few whispered words from the thin man, they nodded in understanding. With these new additions, the group moved even faster. After an hour, they finally left the desert, arriving at a field of black rocks. Like the desert, Han Li couldn't see the end of the rock field. The rocks were oddly shaped and dark, giving him an eerie feeling. But the group seemed relieved, visibly relaxing. At this moment, the clouds above began to roil, blue lightning becoming more frequent, striking the ground and leaving craters. Han Li and Mei Enning were startled, but the others, accustomed to this, quickly entered the rock field. The thin man called out, "Everyone move faster, the village gates will close soon. We can't be trapped outside." With this warning, the group sprinted forward. Han Li and Mei Enning exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed. Led by the group, they navigated through the rocks, finally arriving at a tall black stone wall. The wall, built from massive black stones, was about 30 feet high and over 1,000 feet wide. Every few feet, sharp wooden spikes jutted out, giving it a menacing look. A large wooden gate stood open, flanked by guards holding white spears. Seeing the thin man's group, the guards excitedly called out, then lowered the gate with a loud rumble, letting them in. Han Li and Mei Enning, despite being unfamiliar faces, were only given a cursory glance by the guards who didn't question them further. Instead, the guards gathered around the returning men, excitedly discussing something and urging the tall men to show the fish and shrimp from their leather bags, eliciting exclamations of surprise. Observing this, Han Li frowned slightly. It seemed that fish and shrimp were either very rare here, or all food was in very short supply. Han Li then turned his gaze to survey the entire village. The village was enclosed by tall, identical stone walls. All the buildings within were constructed from dark stones, mostly crude and simple, often square in shape. However, the most eye-catching feature was a stone platform at the village center. Though not large, it was several times taller than the other houses, reaching a height of 30 to 40 meters. From the top of the platform, a faint purple mist emanated, covering the entire village. Whenever blue lightning fell from the sky onto the village, it was instantly absorbed by this purple mist. This purple mist was undoubtedly some kind of protective formation. However, Han Li didn't sense any spiritual energy from the platform, only a cold energy hovering there. Even though his spiritual senses were restricted, his sensitivity to spiritual energy remained sharp. He had no doubt about this. Hanley felt a deep sense of suspicion. Near the platform were several halls, taller than the ordinary stone houses. At their doors, a few people were pointing and whispering about the emaciated man and his companions. One of them, with eyes flashing brilliantly, glanced sharply at Han Li. Han Li felt a chill. This was the first person he had seen here with profound internal strength. Normally, outside this place, Han Li could easily dispatch such a person with a finger. But now, he had to be fully prepared to deal with them. At this moment, the emaciated man walked over to those people, said something, then pointed back at Han Li and Mei Enning. Their eyes immediately turned towards Han Li. Han Li remained expressionless, showing no fear. But Mei Enning beside him appeared somewhat uneasy, unsure of how they would be treated. "You two, come over here. The village elders have some questions for you," the emaciated man called to Han Li and Mei Enning, gesturing them over. Han Li nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor, and walked over with Mei Enning. The group then turned and entered the hall behind them, with Han Li following. "Please have a seat. Since you're here, we as fellow humans will naturally do our best to help. However, this place is quite different from the outside world. Could you introduce yourselves first? Then I will explain about this place," said a slightly plump elder with kind eyes, sitting in the center of the hall. Flanking him were several others. One of them, with narrow eyes and a menacing look, was the one who had glanced at Han Li outside. His eyes were sharp, but now rested on the beauty behind Han Li, showing a flicker of interest despite remaining silent. "We have nothing much to say. We were just caught in a ghost fog at sea and ended up here. As for our previous identities, they don't matter here. It's better not to mention them," Han Li replied casually with a calm smile. The elder chuckled at Han Li's vague response. He squinted and scrutinized the two before suddenly saying something that surprised Han Li. "You two are cultivators, aren't you? There's no need to hide that." His gaze fell on Han Li's bulging storage pouch. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he remained silent. Mei Enning, however, looked pale, feeling worried. "There's no need to be afraid. Although not many, there are still several cultivators in our village. Compared to ordinary people, we actually welcome cultivators more. But you should know by now, in this underworld, spiritual energy and mana are unusable. The only usable force is the yin energy and some basic martial skills," the elder explained calmly. "Yin energy?" Han Li asked, puzzled. "Yes, it's a form of external energy similar to mana. Though it can't be used to cast spells directly, Cultivators can use the yin beast crystals from yin beasts to set up small formations, which are quite useful for the village. Even those not skilled in formations are still much stronger than ordinary people and can be great assets, the elder said, stroking his short beard. You seem to know quite a bit about us cultivators. Are there other cultivators in the village? Hanley asked after a brief thought. Yes, there are 5 or 6 others. I myself am one of them. Before being sucked into the ghost fog, I had already reached the foundation establishment stage, the plump elder said with a smile. A hint of surprise flashed across Hanley's face. He hesitated, wanting to ask more, when suddenly the hall shook, followed by a series of booming sounds from the distance, as if a massive creature was charging towards the village. The people in the hall turned pale and quickly headed outside. Hanley, puzzled, followed them out. Outside, the village elders were sternly directing hundreds of young men and women to the thick stone walls, arming them with various white spears and crude bows and arrows. Though their faces were tense, they moved orderly without any panic, clearly experienced with such events. Hanley glanced around and climbed a nearby tall building, then stood on the roof to see what was happening outside. From his vantage point, he finally saw the commotion in the distance. A whirlwind of black sand and wind was raging outside the village, creating a strange black wind that froze the ground with black frost, indicating extreme cold. This must be the yin wind the emaciated man mentioned, Hanley thought, noting its lethality. However, the yin wind dissipated about 100 meters from the village, unable to cross an invisible boundary. Amidst the black wind came the sound of heavy footsteps. Soon, a massive black figure, over 10 meters tall, emerged from the wind. Seeing the figure clearly, Hanley gasped. The beast looked like an oversized gray ape, but with 4 eyes, wings on its sides, and carrying a black club, charging ferociously at the village with its blood-red eyes full of murderous intent. It's a Jiao-Jiang beast. The Jiao-Jiang beast is coming. Bring the large shields. Several people shouted upon recognizing the beast. Immediately, a crowd of elderly and children rushed out, carrying various shields to the people on the walls, then hurriedly ran back down. By this time, the beast was less than 100 meters from the wall. Its heavy footsteps made Hanley wonder if the seemingly sturdy wall would collapse before the beast even reached it. Fortunately, this didn't happen. The beast quickly closed the distance to 30 meters. At that moment, several large tendrils of purple mist shot out from the ground, binding the beast's legs tightly. The beast stumbled and fell hard before the wall, shaking everyone atop it. Hanley, startled, glanced back at the stone platform, where he saw 4 people sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a faint purple mist, clearly casting spells. So this is the yin energy, Hanley thought. Attack! Came a command, and a barrage of spears and arrows rained down on the fallen beast, enveloping it entirely. Hanley watched, his heart tightening. The giant beast seemed to realize it was in trouble. It let out a loud roar and spewed a blast of icy wind from its mouth. The arrows flying toward it were blown off course and instantly covered in a layer of glistening black ice, falling to the ground before they could reach the beast. As for the heavier spears, although they pierced the beast's massive body, the fierce wind reduced their lethality, causing only minor wounds and further enraging the creature. In its fury, the beast's 4 eyes flashed red, and with a loud bang, the bristles on its neck stood on end, creating an extremely terrifying sight. Han Li, observing from the rooftop, was stunned, unsure of the beast's intentions. Suddenly, he saw the beast lower its head, and the erect bristles transformed into countless black rays, shooting toward the stone wall. The people on the wall seemed to anticipate this attack. Despite their tense expressions, they raised their large shields in unison with a shout. A rain of pitter-patter sounds erupted as the black rays struck the shields. Most were blocked, but some managed to penetrate, causing a few people to fall from the wall, their fate uncertain. The others had no time to attend to the fallen. Under a shouted command, another volley of arrows and spears was launched, though many were once again blown away by the beast's icy breath. However, the beast's neck bristles only launched one volley. Despite being hit multiple times, it struggled to rise, unable to muster another attack. The purple mist tentacles held its legs tightly, preventing it from moving. After several repeated long-range attacks, the icy breath from the beast's mouth finally diminished, losing its initial potency. At this point, the archers and spearmen on the wall increased their frequency of attacks, embedding the beast with so many weapons that it looked like a porcupine. Despite this, the beast seemed only lightly injured, continuing to roar and swing its giant black club, creating craters in the ground. Han Li was amazed at the beast's toughness and strength. The villagers, however, seemed prepared for such an eventuality. A team of agile, burly men swiftly climbed the wall, carrying several 3 to 4 zhang-long spears. They positioned themselves, aimed at the beast, and hurled the spears with all their might. The whistling sound of the spears cutting through the air made Han Li's face change slightly. These men possessed considerable inner strength, effortlessly throwing the giant spears with force comparable to a powerful crossbow. Blood flowers blossomed all over the beast's body as the spears embedded deeply, pinning it to the ground and dissipating its fierce aura. The villagers on the wall cheered, relieved, as the purple mist tentacles binding the beast's legs dissipated. Some villagers hurriedly lowered the wooden gate, preparing to finish off the beast, while others tended to the wounded. But before the gate was fully lowered, the beast, seemingly in a final burst of energy, let out a deafening roar. It swung its giant club with immense force, sending it flying toward the village center. The massive club flew high, casting a shadow over several villagers who were celebrating the beast's impending demise, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. Just then, a figure darted forward, intercepting the falling club. With a low shout, the person struck the club's midsection, deflecting it into an empty area. The person landed gracefully, revealed to be the stern-faced man with a white face and slender eyes. The rescued villagers breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their gratitude, but the man waved them off and returned to his original position with a cold expression. Han Li noticed a flash of emotion on the man's face as he glanced coldly in his direction. Though unsure of the man's intentions, Han Li sensed his hostility. As Han Li pondered this, the wooden gate was lowered, and dozens of strong villagers rushed out to finish off the beast. One man used a white knife to split the beast's head, extracting a thumb-sized green crystal, which he held up in triumph, causing a stir among the villagers. Han Li, seeing this, felt a sense of familiarity with the green crystal, as if he had seen it before. After some thought, he recalled that the puppet remnants he found in the heavenly sky hall contained similar green crystals. Could they be the same? Han Li, having seen enough, leaped off the stone house and returned to the hall. Mei Enning followed, her face troubled after witnessing the beast's ferocity. Inside the hall, the elderly man and the other elders had resumed their seats. Seeing Han Li enter, the elder smiled and was about to speak when a burly man hurried in, holding the green crystal. "Great Elder, this is the nether beast crystal from the beast's head. Please examine it," the man said respectfully, placing the crystal on the stone table. Han Li watched from the side, his expression neutral. "What you saw was a nether beast, unique to this place. Surprising, isn't it? Although the netherworld is only 100 miles in size, it is home to monsters, humans, and various nether beasts," the elder said, pocketing the green crystal before turning to Han Li. "There are monsters here?" Han Li asked, surprised. "Yes, when this space tears open, it doesn't discriminate between cultivators and monsters," the elder replied with a wry smile before continuing. "Monsters can't use their abilities here, but their bodies are incredibly strong. Fortunately, they usually stay in fixed areas, feeding on nether beasts and rarely venture out. But nether beasts are different. Born from the nether chi here, they instinctively crave human flesh. They frequently attack villages, though we usually repel them. However, smaller villages have been overrun, with everyone devoured. And no matter how many nether beasts we kill, new ones always appear from the nether chi. They are endless. So there are other human villages here?" Han Li asked after a moment of silence. "You referred to this place as the Netherworld. Does it have any connection to the rumored underworld? Where exactly are we? Our cultivation has been suppressed. Is there a way to restore it? Most importantly, I don't want to stay here. I want to go back outside. Can you please guide us out of here?" Han Li furrowed his brow, then sighed deeply before asking. "Go back. If it were easy to return, why would we be stuck here, living this precarious life day in and day out? You see, most people here have lived in the netherworld since birth. Only a very small number, like you and me, were sucked in by the strange mist. Most outsiders who enter this place are devoured by the nether beasts. Only those lucky enough, for various reasons, survive and escape to the villages. Our relatives and friends are still outside. The old man shook his head, sighing. Han Li was speechless after hearing this. As for what this place is, and whether it's related to the underworld, who knows? Many predecessors who arrived here earlier have speculated about it. One theory is similar to what you said, believing this place to be a convergence of the underworld and the human realm, a space crack. That's why there's such dense nether chi here, but it can't produce powerful nether beasts. Another theory suggests that there is no underworld at all, just rumors spread by cultivators. They think this place is the belly of the legendary beast Luo Hu, which can swallow the sun and moon and instantly traverse space. Only this mythical beast can explain why the strange mist appears in different sea areas and why this place connects to the outside world every few years. You see, the legendary beast Luo, who likes to hide in the depths of the sea and only eats once in a long while. Luo Hu, impossible. That beast is even more unreliable than the underworld. I don't think there's such a creature in our generation. Han Li's face changed drastically upon hearing the old man's hypothesis. You're right. When I first heard about it, I was equally shocked. But I have to admit, although this speculation sounds absurd, it does have some possibility. If it were just a space crack, it should always open in a fixed location in the outside world. But in reality, every time the netherworld connects to the outside, people sucked in come from different sea areas. Before meeting each other, most of them had never heard of the other sea areas. For example, I come from a small island in the southern bay of the Great Jin Dynasty, and other cultivators come from the Five Dragon Sea, the coastal areas of the Tian Sha continent, or the chaotic Star Sea. Before meeting each other, most of us didn't know where the others came from. The old man explained leisurely. The Great Jin Dynasty. Are you a cultivator from Jin? Han Li expressed a hint of surprise. This was the name of a super empire he had heard of in the southern domain. Are you also from our Great Jin Dynasty? The old man's eyes lit up. Not really, but I've heard a thing or two about it. I know it's a huge country. I've always wanted to go, but I never had the chance. Han Li shook his head regretfully. I see. It's a bit of a pity. I really hope I'll have the chance to go back someday. The old man looked disappointed. If you go to our Great Jin, you'll understand what the real cultivation world is like. As far as I know, although there are many areas where other cultivators roam, none can compare to our Great Jin in terms of scale and prosperity. It's not an exaggeration to say that our Great Jin is the holy land of cultivators in this realm. When talking about his homeland, the old man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Han Li rubbed his nose, though he wore a bitter smile. He couldn't help but feel moved by the old man's words. Sorry for getting off track. When you asked about restoring your cultivation, I can tell you clearly that as long as you're in the netherworld, don't expect your previous cultivation to return. Besides the nether chi, there's something called absolute spirit chi here. It usually resides deep underground but periodically erupts, permeating the entire space. Any cultivator within its range will lose all their cultivation. It's irreversible. The fact that you were sucked in this time was just bad luck, encountering both the opening of the crack and the eruption of absolute spirit chi. The old man said with a faint smile. Hearing the old man mention this, Han Li felt depressed. If it weren't for this unlucky incident, he wouldn't have been brought here by a mere mist. He would have been wandering somewhere else long ago. Is there really no hope of leaving this place at all? I find that hard to believe. After a moment of silence, Han Li said unwillingly, "It's not like that. The method to leave is right there, but someone has to be able to do it." The old man stroked his beard, saying calmly, "What method?" Han Li's spirits lifted upon hearing this, eagerly asking. Beside him, Mei Enning, who had been listening to the old man's words with a mixture of hope and despair, also perked up. Well, the old man hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer. After a while, Han Li walked out of the hall expressionlessly and stood at the door, looking into the distance, lost in thought. Han, what are we going to do? Are you really going to climb Stormy Mountain? Mei Enning stood behind Han Li, biting her red lips in worry. She looked extremely pale at this moment. She felt completely hopeless about the method the old man mentioned, believing it was impossible to meet the conditions. I haven't thought it through yet, but we have to find a way to try, Han Li said lightly, still gazing at the sky. Upon hearing this, Mei Enning's expression changed, about to say something, but footsteps approached the two. A 15 or 16-year-old dark-skinned boy walked over curiously. Are you two newcomers? I've been ordered by the elders to take you to your accommodation. Since you're new, your first 3 days' meals are free, but you'll have to go on missions later. Otherwise, you'll have to leave the village and fend for yourselves. The boy spoke skillfully. All right, lead the way, Han Li replied nonchalantly. The boy nodded, and without further ado, led the two towards a corner of the village. After a while, the boy brought them to a relatively tidy stone house. When Mei Enning saw that there was only one bed in the room, her face turned red with embarrassment. Why is there only one bed here? She hesitated to ask the boy. Isn't it normal for a man and a woman to share a bed? The boy blinked his dark eyes, finding it strange. Hearing this, Mei Enning blushed even more, unable to explain herself for a moment. We'll sleep separately. Bring another stone bed. Han Li observed the outer room and then turned to the boy, calmly stating. The boy shrugged reluctantly, but agreed and left the room. You should rest for a while. I'll go check out other places in the village, Han Li said to the woman without waiting for the boy to leave. Mei Enning's face showed a hint of surprise, but she nodded silently, not saying anything. Without hesitation, Han Li walked out of the house and glanced around before striding towards the tall, slender stone platform in the middle. He was still quite interested in mastering the control of the nether chi. Since there were no guards around the stone platform, Han Li easily approached it. Because of its great height, the steps built on one side of the stone platform were steep and daunting. After circling the stone platform a few times, Han Li effortlessly ascended it. Han Li stood on an empty high platform, looking at the extremely strange round stone plate in front of him, showing a few signs of surprise on his face. The stone plate was about 10 feet in size, lying flat, with some peculiar patterns and many seemingly profound runes and spells engraved on it. At this moment, although no one was performing any rituals there, a faint purple mist was still emerging from it, rising into the air and merging with the purple clouds above the village. Han Li himself was quite skilled in the art of formations, so he immediately squinted his eyes and began to study the stone plate. It wasn't long before Han Li's expression became unpredictable, sometimes showing a look of realization, other times furrowing his brow. His mind was completely absorbed in it. "Well, have you discovered any mysteries?" Just as Han Li was wholly focused, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came from behind. Han Li was startled and cursed at himself for being so careless, allowing someone to approach him from behind without noticing. If this person had hostile intentions, it would have been dangerous. However, this situation couldn't entirely be blamed on Han Li's carelessness. Having been accustomed to using his spiritual sense to monitor everything around him, he suddenly found himself without spiritual power, making it naturally difficult to adapt quickly. Han Li was inwardly cautious, but showed no signs of it on his face as he turned around. In front of him stood an old man with a long beard and white hair. This person had a face full of wrinkles, but his eyes were bright, and he was smiling at Han Li. "Are you also a cultivator?" Han Li hesitantly guessed, as he could no longer sense the other person's spiritual power. "I am Bao Huanji of Wulong-Si. You must be one of the 2 new cultivators here," the old man replied with a smile. Wulong-Si. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this name. The chief elder seemed to have mentioned it. He became somewhat interested in conversing. "So it's Bao Huanji. My surname is Han, a rogue cultivator from Chaos Star Sea," Han Li said, his expression softening. Chaos Star Sea. There was once a fellow cultivator from Chaos Star Sea here, but unfortunately, he perished during a mission when he encountered a powerful yin beast. However, there are very few fellow cultivators in the cultivation world who are proficient in talismans. Judging by your concentration on this stone talisman, it seems you have quite some expertise in this area." The old man sighed before changing the topic. "Stone talisman. Are you referring to this round plate?" Han Li showed a hint of curiosity. This time, it wasn't an intentional expression, but genuine surprise at hearing this name for the first time. "Hee, it's no wonder you don't know about this. Stone talismans and jade talismans have probably long been lost in other places. Only in some sects of Wulong-Si are there still people who can create such ancient talismans," the old man said, his eyes narrowing and the wrinkles on his face trembling slightly, showing a bit of pride. Upon hearing this, the strange look on Han Li's face disappeared. "I've indeed never heard of stone talismans and jade talismans. However, I have studied talismans for a period of time and was surprised to see some talismanic runes on this stone plate. Your explanation has cleared up some of my confusion, but this stone talisman seems to have the characteristics of a formation. Did I see it wrong?" Han Li asked, frowning slightly at the old man. I never expected that you would be proficient in both formations and talismans. I am truly impressed. You did not see wrong. This piece of Tanian stone talisman is indeed different from a genuine stone talisman. To utilize the power of Yin Ming, it has been modified in a way that resembles a formation, giving it the functions of both a talisman and a formation. Although doing so significantly reduces its power, the old man said, initially surprised, but then clapping his hands and laughing. Han Li nodded thoughtfully, but then looked back at the stone plate and suddenly asked, I heard from the chief elder that you can use the power of Yin Ming here by combining Yin Ming beast crystals and formations to cast spells. But I don't see any beast crystals embedded in this stone talisman. Is there some other mystery to this stone talisman? Han Li asked with a trace of doubt. This is something you wouldn't know. I suppose you saw that fierce beast today, right? Although most people in the village have practiced some martial arts, their combat abilities are much stronger than ordinary people outside. But if such a powerful yin beast charged at us, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, a single person could not possibly be its match. Even relying on numbers to defeat them would result in heavy casualties, which we cannot afford. Thus, using the power of Yin Ming to cast spells to trap the enemy is crucial for the village's survival. And the amount of Yin Ming beast crystals stored is a measure of the village's strength. The old man said with a slight smile, pausing before continuing. However, these beast crystals are extremely hard to find. Although generally speaking, the stronger the yin beast, the more likely it is to have a beast crystal in its head. This is not a certainty. Sometimes, a beast that appears very powerful, which we go to great lengths to kill, has an empty head. And there are instances like the villagers who brought you back today, who found a small beast crystal just by killing a few weak fire-scaled beasts on the way. It's unpredictable. But overall, the village needs to cast spells to repel enemies and perform daily defenses, so the demand for beast crystals is very high. The total annual collection of Yin Ming beast crystals is usually only about a dozen, just barely enough. Thus, the beast crystals are typically managed by a few elders in the village, only handed over to us for use when needed to cast spells to drive away enemies. Once the battle is over, they are immediately taken back. As for this stone talisman, it is usually infused with several days' worth of energy to maintain daily consumption, without directly embedding the beast crystals in it. This makes the slots left for embedding when the talisman was made somewhat wasted, the old man said with a hint of dissatisfaction, touching the diamond-shaped grooves around the stone plate with a self-mocking expression. Han Li did not respond to the man's words, but merely smiled faintly. Although he didn't know why the other party was so forthcoming, he guessed it likely involved some sort of power struggle within the village. Since he had no intention of staying long, he naturally did not want to get involved. It seemed these cultivators, once cut off from the path of cultivation, became like ordinary people, engaging in power struggles. Han Li sighed inwardly, finding it somewhat pathetic. Seeing that Han Li did not respond, the old man showed a flash of disappointment in his eyes, but quickly regained his usual demeanor and began to chat about other matters. You know, this ghostly place has been here for countless millennia. Although few cultivators are sucked into it over such a long time, the number of cultivators who have perished in this Yin Ming land is probably in the hundreds, if not thousands. I've even heard that there were once core formation and even nascent soul stage cultivators trapped and killed here, the old man mentioned casually. There were nascent soul stage cultivators here. Han Li was moved by this. Yes, although it happened many years ago, this senior was brought into this place and ended up spending his entire life in this village. He probably encountered an eruption of absolute spirit chi, like you two did. Otherwise, such a great expert wouldn't have been troubled by the ordinary ghostly mist, the old man sighed. Maybe, but this absolute spirit chi is indeed terrifying. It's said that only cultivators of the rumored divine transformation stage are unaffected by it, Han Li said with a bitter smile. Divine transformation stage. You're thinking too far ahead. However, that nascent soul stage senior, although he perished, left behind some writings and cultivation experiences during his idle time. These things would be extremely precious outside, but here, the old man said, shaking his head with some regret. Cultivation insights. I am indeed interested. Do you know where these items are now? Hanley asked with a hint of interest. The cultivation insights of a nascent soul stage cultivator were naturally extraordinary. He certainly intended to take a look. Your reaction is the same as mine when I first heard about it. But after staying here for several years, you lose interest in these things. Without spiritual power, having more of these is just a tease. However, if you're truly interested, you can take a look. They, along with other cultivators' relics, are kept in a specific warehouse, the old man said, touching the wrinkles on his face indifferently, then pointed to a corner of the village at a very dilapidated stone house. Han Li suppressed his excitement and calmly thanked the old man. After exchanging a few more words, seeing that Han Li was somewhat absent-minded, the old man smiled slightly and took his leave. Watching the old man walk away, Han Li pressed his lips together, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head, stepping off the platform. He then quickly walked toward the dilapidated stone house. Chapter 582, The Stone Talisman and Beast Crystal, Part 2. On his way, Han Li encountered a few villagers who seemed curious about his unfamiliar face, but none approached to question him. Han Li easily reached his destination. Looking at the extremely old, dark stone house in front of him, Han Li hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the stone door, which didn't budge an inch. Could there be a mechanism on this door? Han Li was slightly surprised. He then took a deep breath and exerted his full strength with both arms. Although he hadn't practiced any external martial arts, after going through the washing and transformation process of the foundation establishment and core formation stages, he still possessed a force of over 100 pounds. A creaking sound slowly echoed as the door finally began to inch open, albeit very slowly. Seeing this, Han Li was pleased. He then realized that for some unknown reason, this door was more than twice as thick as an ordinary stone door. No wonder he initially thought there was a mechanism on it. Han Li's figure flashed as he stepped into the house, and a rotting, damp air assaulted him. His expression tightened, and Han Li quickly held his breath. After a moment, the outside air flowed in, and the atmosphere in the room gradually returned to normal. Only then did he exhale lightly, and with the faint light from the doorway, he surveyed the room. The place was extremely simple. Apart from rows of similarly sized stone tablets around the room, there was only a rough stone table in the middle. The stone tablets were about 10 feet wide and 20 feet tall, relatively large, which made Han Li pause. On the stone table, there were no books or bamboo slips, only a few seemingly dull magic tools. Han Li's startled expression quickly faded, and after thinking for a moment, he laughed to himself. This wasn't the outside world, so where would they find paper or bamboo? And without spiritual power, jade slips couldn't be used. These stone tablets were clearly the records of this place. They must be the cultivation insights left by those past cultivators. As for the magic tools on the stone table, they seemed to be similar to his flying swords, items that their owners hadn't stored away before being brought here with them. Naturally, they couldn't be placed back into storage bags. Han Li didn't see any storage bags in the room. It seemed the owners had their own ways of handling them, not displaying them here. After surveying the room, Han Li casually approached a stone tablet and took a closer look. It was covered in thick dust, making it impossible to see what was inscribed on it. Frowning, Han Li didn't mind the dirt. He tore off a piece of his clothing and began to wipe it clean. After a moment, the clear inscriptions on the tablet became visible. These weren't the characters commonly used in the current cultivation world, but rather a less common ancient script. Fortunately, Han Li had a broad range of knowledge and could easily recognize them. However, after glancing at the tablet for a few moments, Han Li lost interest. This was merely an essay by a Foundation establishment cultivator recounting his life's experiences. Han Li naturally had no interest in reading more and immediately turned to the other stone tablets. There were over 20 stone tablets in the room. When Han Li reached the sixth one, he finally found what he was looking for: the cultivation insights left by a nascent soul stage cultivator. Han Li stood in front of the tablet motionless for a long time before finally exhaling and showing a complex expression. Forming a nascent soul has so many pitfalls. Without knowing these, even with the 9 transformations spirit ginseng, my chances of success wouldn't be high. Falling into this yin-ming land might be a mixed blessing, Han Li muttered to himself. Although the tablet didn't contain specific cultivation techniques, the unnamed nascent soul cultivator had meticulously recorded his experiences from Foundation establishment to core formation and finally to nascent soul formation. Han Li was both surprised and delighted. These insights could help him avoid many pitfalls and correct some misconceptions he had about forming a nascent soul. After reading the tablet several times to ensure he hadn't missed anything, Han Li was finally satisfied and turned to look at the remaining tablets. Originally, he had intended to leave, but he changed his mind and decided to finish reading the rest, thinking it might increase his knowledge. As expected, the remaining tablets didn't contain anything useful for him. Even though some contained cultivation techniques, they were of no interest to someone who had mastered the profound Yin Sutra. After about the time it takes to eat a meal, Han Li reached the last tablet. Casually brushing off the dust, he examined the stone tablet and was surprised. This stone tablet was different from the others, covered in tiny, grain-sized text, far smaller than the previous ones. Moreover, the tablet contained two different scripts. One was the ancient script he recognized, and the other was the demon beast script he had seen several times before. Han Li's curiosity was piqued, and he stepped closer to study it carefully. After a brief look, Han Li was slightly excited. The tablet was a detailed text for learning the demon race's script, meticulously explaining each character. It was clearly written by someone with a deep understanding of demon script. Although Han Li couldn't immediately master it, memorizing it entirely would allow him to gradually understand it later. With this knowledge, he could finally decipher the demon race's copper plate and the beast skin book he had obtained earlier. As for whether humans could actually cultivate demon techniques, Han Li didn't dwell on it. Even if the techniques were useless to him, learning the demon script would only be beneficial. Who knew what future opportunities might arise? After spending a long time, Han Li relied on his photographic memory to memorize every word on both sides of the tablet. He then exhaled deeply and left the house. As for the magic tools on the table, he hadn't even glanced at them. Once outside, Han Li wandered around the village, occasionally stopping to examine some unusual buildings and chatting with the nearby villagers. Fortunately, the villagers seemed quite simple and honest. Although not particularly warm, they answered his questions willingly. Through this, Han Li quickly learned some common knowledge about the Yin Ming land. For instance, due to the lack of iron ore, they had to use the particularly tough bones of certain Yin beasts to make weapons. Of course, these bones weren't used directly as weapon materials, but were first soaked in a liquid called deep water. This process not only hardened the bones, but also imbued them with some yin fire power, making them particularly effective against yin beasts. However, because the yin fire couldn't last long, these weapons needed to be periodically re-soaked in deep water to maintain their effectiveness. This piqued Han Li's curiosity about the so-called deep water. Additionally, every month in the Yin Ming land, there were a few days of yin wind. During these days, most areas were swept by bone-chilling black winds, making it impossible for humans to go outside. Anyone caught in these winds would be turned into black ice statues. Only in the village, under the protection of certain spells, could people remain safe. Conversely, during yin wind days, yin beasts were most active, often attacking the village either singly or in groups, keeping the villagers on edge. Hanley gathered many such pieces of information. On a whim, he even asked about the narrow-eyed, pale-faced man who seemed hostile toward him. He learned that this man, surnamed Feng, was also an outsider who had been sucked in a few years ago. No one knew his previous occupation, but he possessed extraordinary martial skills, having killed several powerful yin beasts. His contributions to the village had earned him the title of elder, responsible for teaching martial skills to the young villagers. He seemed to hold quite a bit of influence among them. Hearing this, Han Li wasn't afraid but found the situation troublesome. After wandering around the village for a while, Han Li slowly headed back to his house. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a man's voice inside. "What I said earlier was sincere. If Miss May is willing to marry me, she won't have to worry about food and won't need to risk her life outside the village. I've been single for many years, and my feelings for you are genuine." It was the man named Feng who had somehow entered the house. When Han Li heard this, he was initially taken aback, then found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He finally understood why the middle-aged man surnamed Feng was hostile toward him. It turned out he had taken a liking to Mei Enning, this beautiful woman, and likely assumed that Han Li had some intimate relationship with her since they arrived together. This was understandable, considering that the women in this area, perhaps due to the local conditions, weren't exactly ugly but had rough, dark skin. Even with well-defined features, they didn't look particularly attractive. No wonder Elder Feng was smitten with Mei Enning at first sight. After all, with Mei Enning's delicate beauty, even if she wasn't of the devastatingly gorgeous caliber of Yuan Yao or Zai Ling, she was still an exceptionally rare beauty. Moreover, having cultivated for many years, she exuded a natural charm that ordinary people lacked, making her even more captivating. "Sir, I can pretend I didn't hear what you just said. I am a cultivator and will not marry a mortal. Please leave immediately." To Han Li's surprise, without him by her side, Mei Enning unexpectedly showed firmness and coldly dismissed the man. "HMPH, Miss May, you may not understand the situation here. This is the Yin Ming land, and your cultivator status means nothing to Feng. Perhaps ordinary people might have some reverence for you cultivators, but to me, without the Yin Ming beast crystals, you are no more esteemed than common folk. Do you really think your companion can protect you against me in this situation? With my unparalleled martial arts across the western seas, if I intend to kill him, who in the village can stop me?" The middle-aged man surnamed Feng, seemingly angered by Mei Enning's rejection, turned sinister and began to threaten her. "You dare threaten me?" Mei Enning seemed shocked that a mere mortal would dare to threaten her, her voice trembling with anger. "Why wouldn't I dare? I even dare to." "What are you doing?" Han Li didn't know what outrageous act the middle-aged man did, but suddenly, Mei Enning let out a terrified scream from inside the house. Hearing this, Hanley rubbed his nose, smiling bitterly. Although May Enning had no particular relationship with him, they were fellow cultivators who had arrived here together. To stand by and do nothing seemed cold-blooded and heartless. Thinking this, Han Lee's bitter smile quickly transformed into a cold smile. With a bang, he kicked open the door before May Enning could scream again, and calmly walked inside. The middle-aged man, who was cornering May Enning with a menacing smile, was startled by the loud noise and turned around. Seeing Han Lee enter, a flash of doubt appeared in his eyes, but his expression quickly turned grim. May Enning, who was previously pale with fright, was overjoyed to see Han Lee and immediately rushed out of the corner to hide behind him. "Be careful, Brother Han. This man seems to mean you harm," she quickly warned him once she had calmed down a bit. "Don't worry. I overheard some of your conversation inside," Han Lee replied nonchalantly without turning his head. "When did you get back? How come I didn't hear anything?" The middle-aged man coldly asked without addressing Han Lee by name, clearly hostile. He prided himself on his exceptional martial arts, capable of detecting even the sound of falling leaves within 10 feet. The fact that Han Lee had stood outside without him noticing puzzled him. "It seems you are quite confident in your martial arts. However, targeting me is rather foolish." Han Lee seemed somewhat indifferent, leisurely returning the man's gaze and speaking slowly. "Foolish, that's a word I haven't heard in a long time. In return, I'll start by breaking one of your arms as a small punishment." A flash of viciousness appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes as he spoke. Without hesitation, he darted toward Han Lee like a crossbow bolt, extending his right hand, which suddenly enlarged by 3 inches, and aimed to grab Han Lee's right arm with a fierce wind. It looked as though he intended to crush Han Lee's arm in one swift move. Han Lee, watching the swift approach, remained expressionless. Suddenly, his figure blurred, and 3 or 4 identical shadows shot forward to meet the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked, instinctively drawing his right hand in a semicircle, enveloping the shadows and striking them hard. But the shadows dissipated like illusions upon contact with his hand. What is this? The middle-aged man, stunned, had not yet figured out what had happened when a greenish-blue sword appeared silently at his throat from behind. The cold, slight pressure on his throat made his hair stand on end. Best not to move. Although I don't wish to face the consequences of killing someone and leaving the village, if you force me to, I might have to try. Han Lee's emotionless voice came from behind him. The middle-aged man's body stiffened. The sword at his throat was clearly extremely sharp. He had no doubt Han Lee could sever his throat with a mere flick of his wrist. However, his face was also filled with disbelief. How had Han Lee gotten behind him without him noticing? "Since you plan to break my arm, let me return the favor." Before the middle-aged man could react, Han Lee's other hand swiftly grabbed his arm, pulling and twisting it from an impossible angle. A cracking sound echoed, and Han Lee had deftly snapped the man's arm in two with a skillful twist. Ah, despite his toughness, the middle-aged man couldn't help but groan in pain from the sudden, severe agony in his arm. However, he was indeed no ordinary person. Though beads of sweat poured down his face, he managed to stifle further sounds after the initial groan. Remember, if you dare step into this house again, it won't just be your arm. I'll take your life as well. Han Li, suppressing his urge to kill, retracted his sword, moved back to his original spot, and calmly warned. Although he had subdued the man with the mysterious Luo smoke steps, he couldn't outright kill him. Who knew how many people had seen the man enter his house? He didn't want to be hunted down in this unfamiliar place. However, with the man's arm broken, it would take him at least half a month to recover. This buffer period gave Han Li time to decide whether to stay in the village or not. Despite knowing that letting the man go might cause future trouble given his resilient nature, Han Li decided to let him off with a warning for now. But if another opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him discreetly. I must have misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be a martial arts master as well. Feng admits defeat. The middle-aged man, his face ashen, left with these words, clutching his broken arm as he exited the house. His departing figure looked rather pitiful. Forget it. If you truly have no interest in him, you should try to avoid him. However, if you plan to stay in this village, accepting his proposal wouldn't be a bad idea. Han Li, playing with the flying sword in his hand, replied nonchalantly, tucking the sword back into his robe. Marry him? I would never agree to that. Ever since I started cultivating with my brother, I vowed only to marry a high-level cultivator. How could I marry a mortal without even a spiritual root? Mei Enning shook her head firmly, speaking without hesitation. Hearing this, Han Li's expression remained unchanged. He said nothing more, instead walking to a chair inside, sitting down leisurely and closing his eyes to rest. Brother Han, do you have any good ideas for escaping from here? Mei Enning, clearly unable to remain as composed as Han Li after the recent events, sat beside the stone bed. After a while, unable to contain her anxiety, she asked, her face full of hope. The method to escape, didn't we hear it together from that elder? What other good ideas could I have? Han Li, after a moment of silence, opened his clear eyes and looked at her, speaking indifferently. Brother Han, don't deceive me. The moment I heard that elder's method, I knew it was impossible for me to achieve. While you said nothing, you remained calm, clearly having some confidence in leaving this place. Do you plan to act alone, thinking I'd be a burden? Mei Enning, clearly not believing his words, spoke with reddened eyes. Upon hearing the woman's words, Han Li didn't immediately respond, just furrowed his brows slightly. Friend Mei, it's indeed some fate for us to be able to teleport here together. But since Miss Mei has said so, then I won't beat around the bush. Regarding Mount Stormswept, I do have some confidence in climbing it. Whether it's the gloomy winds and hallucinatory mist on the mountain, or the flying yin beasts lurking halfway up, I have some means to deal with them. However, that's assuming I'm alone. If I bring others along, I won't be able to guarantee their safety. If danger arises, I won't even have time to look after myself, let alone Miss May, who would surely be in grave danger. Friend, you're still young. It's better to stay here. Perhaps there will be other opportunities to leave in the future, Han Li said calmly. The last sentence was obviously a comforting remark. Even Han Li himself felt it was somewhat insincere. But there was nothing else he could do. Upon hearing these words, May Enning's face turned pale again. Biting her red lips, she fell silent for a moment. Seeing the woman's silence, Han Li sighed lightly and closed his eyes again. To be honest, he had a good impression of May Enning. If he had the ability, he might really have helped her. But now, Han Li wouldn't rashly increase his burden. He could only harden his heart and leave the woman here. Fortunately, even if stranded in this gloomy place, this beauty wouldn't face any life-threatening danger for the time being. At most, it would just dampen her enthusiasm for further cultivation. He wouldn't feel any unease because of this. The room fell silent, and no one knew how much time had passed. Just when Han Li thought the woman had given up, intending to take a short nap, May Enning's voice came again. If I can temporarily restore some of your spiritual power, would you be willing to take me out of here? What? Han Li's drowsiness was instantly dispelled, and he widened his eyes in disbelief at the woman. May Enning, who had curled up on the stone bed with her hands clasping her legs, looked a bit hesitant, as if the words just now hadn't come from her. Just as Han Li began to doubt whether he had misheard, May Enning stretched her body slightly, raised her head, and with determination in her beautiful eyes said, I have a way to temporarily restore some of your spiritual power, Brother Han. Although it's only a one-time opportunity, it should be very helpful for you to escape. But as an exchange, besides taking me away from here, Brother Han must agree to another condition. After saying these words, May Enning's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Seeing Han Li's astonishment, she blushed and continued. It's not that I don't trust Miss May's words, but when Yuan infant stage cultivators arrive here, they have no way to restore their spiritual powers. Is Miss May really not joking? Han Li stared at her with a serious tone. At this moment, apart from doubt, there was also a hint of anticipation on his face. If he could really temporarily restore his spiritual power, then the plan to escape, which had only a 50 or 60% chance of success before, would immediately increase to 80 or 90%. After all, even if he only had a little spiritual power left, even for a short time, it would be more than enough to open his spirit beast pouch and storage pouch. The treasures in his storage pouch didn't require spiritual power to activate and could provide him with ample protection. As for the gold-eating bugs and blood jade spiders in the spirit beast pouch, although they needed spiritual consciousness to command and couldn't be summoned to confront enemies, the soul-nurturing beast could be barely controlled because the soul-nurturing pearl was inside its belly. And although these yin beasts were not as fierce as malevolent ghosts, they were also condensed from yin energy and could easily restrain them. With a little thought, Han Li naturally became excited. Brother Han doesn't know. Although this lady doesn't have the extraordinary spiritual roots like the spirit root and heaven root, she possesses a jade spirit marrow body. Brother Han should know what that represents. With this physique, I can transfer my spiritual power to Brother Han through secret techniques. And the essence of this spiritual power is definitely not something that the so-called extinction spirit chi can immediately suppress. Of course, after a long time, this spiritual power will dissipate, and Brother Han will naturally return to his original state. Mei Enning said in a low voice, with a hint of hesitation. A jade spirit marrow body. Han Li was shocked to hear this. But after a moment, he looked at the woman with a strange look and a hint of realization on his face. Yes, if brother doesn't believe it, you can come and check. You'll see that what I said is true. Mei Enning said slowly, while a blush inexplicably appeared on her face. In that case, I'll offend you. Han Li hesitated for a moment, then stood up without hesitation and walked over. The matter was too important, so he had to be more careful. At this moment, Mei Enning also pretended to be calm and raised one sleeve, revealing her snow-white arm. On this arm, there was a bright red palace guard sand. When Han Li arrived in front of her, Mei Enning gritted her teeth and pressed her thumb lightly on the palace guard sand, then quickly released it. As Han Li stood in front of the stone bed, he couldn't help but be moved. He saw that the originally bright red palace guard sand gradually faded away, and in its place, a silver phoenix pattern emerged, with a shimmering light flowing on it, vivid and incredible. It really is a jade spirit marrow body, Han Li murmured with a hint of excitement. Now that brother knows, Miss Mei didn't lie, right? Mei Enning saw that Han Li had recognized the truth of her words, so she quickly put down her sleeve and said with a blush on her beautiful face. Han Li nodded and said nothing more, returning to his original seat and beginning to contemplate. The jade spirit marrow body was aptly named and could only appear in women. Although it couldn't compare with other special spiritual roots, it was still renowned in the cultivation world. Almost everyone knew about it. Although this physique couldn't help female cultivators in their cultivation, every woman who possessed it was pursued by countless male cultivators. This was because once these women reached the foundation establishment stage, a trace of pure spiritual power would emerge in their bodies. This spiritual power, known as one of the 7 essential spiritual powers in the world, had no effect on women themselves, but it could greatly benefit the man who obtained it, refining and advancing his cultivation. Of course, the effectiveness of this refining and advancement for high-level cultivators was somewhat discounted, but even so, it was comparable to rare ancient elixirs. However, this kind of spiritual power could only be transferred to a man with the woman's consent. Any attempt to forcibly extract or harvest it using secret methods would be in vain. Women with the jade spirit marrow body can only transfer this thread of spiritual power to one man in their lifetime. After that, their bodies will no longer produce this spiritual power. If they lose their virginity before that, the spiritual power will also dissipate on its own. Hanley sorted through the relevant information he had previously read in ancient texts. He felt that if he could obtain this spiritual power, he could probably use some magical techniques. After all, the reputation of spiritual power as one of the 7 essential spiritual powers in the world was not unfounded. It would be enough for him to forcibly open his storage pouch and spirit beast pouch. Besides letting me take you away, Miss May, do you have any other conditions? Please tell me. With these thoughts in mind, Hanley raised his head and asked calmly, sweeping his gaze over the woman's beautiful face. It's simple. I hope Brother Han can find my elder brother and take us out of this gloomy place together, May Enning said with a slight hesitation before speaking seriously. I'm afraid I can only agree to half of this condition, Hanley replied after some consideration, shaking his head. Half. May Enning's beautiful face showed a hint of surprise, clearly puzzled. Yes, I have my own reasons and cannot stay in this gloomy place for too long. I can only promise Miss May to try my best to find her brother within 3 months. If he is not found by then, I cannot afford to waste any more time and must leave immediately, Hanley said resolutely, his words filled with unwavering determination. 3 months? It seems like this place isn't that big, so it should be enough time. All right, I agree, May Enning said with a slight hesitation. Perhaps she thought Hanley wouldn't compromise on this matter, so she nodded in agreement. Hanley smiled slightly at May Enning's prompt agreement. But at that moment, May Enning stared at him and said slowly, Although I haven't known you for long, I believe I haven't misjudged your character, Brother Han. So I won't ask you to make any vows or oaths. I just want to know when you need this thread of spiritual power. If Brother Han needs it now, I won't hesitate to transfer it to you immediately. Hanley was somewhat surprised to hear such straightforward words from the beauty before him. Nevertheless, he was not an ordinary person. Although a hint of surprise flashed across his face, he quickly nodded and said calmly, This place is filled with dangers, and accidents happen frequently. It's best to restore our powers sooner rather than later, so I can retrieve a few treasures. Otherwise, if something were to happen unexpectedly, we'd be caught off guard. Hearing Hanley's words, May Enning nodded without surprise. But seemingly realizing something, her face blushed slightly as she murmured, If my spiritual power were still active, I could easily transfer spiritual energy to Brother Han through physical contact. But now, with my power confined within, the only way to transfer it is through a kiss. May Enning's voice lowered when she mentioned a kiss. Her head bowed slightly, and she even stuttered a bit. Hanley was momentarily surprised, but seeing the charming and shy appearance of this woman, he couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Being able to receive a kiss from this beauty while restoring his powers was an alluring prospect for Hanley, and he couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became ambiguous. Seeing May Enning lowering her head without speaking, Hanley, although inexperienced in matters of love, knew that expecting the other party to take the initiative was almost impossible. especially since he and this woman had no particular intimacy before. Thinking this, Han Li stood up without hesitation, and with a flicker, he was by the stone bed, sitting close to the woman. Mei Enning instinctively wanted to move away when Han Li approached, but her waist was tightly embraced by a strong arm. Her heart pounded, and as she lifted her head, she met Han Li's somewhat smiling gaze. Blushing, she instinctively wanted to lower her head again. But Han Li lifted her chin with one hand, preventing her from avoiding him. Mei Enning felt her mind go blank in an instant, unable to think of anything. Han Li deeply inhaled the faint fragrance from the woman and was drawn to her shy and charming demeanor. His gaze became intense, and unable to resist any longer, he leaned down and pressed his lips firmly against hers. Warm, fragrant, with even a hint of sweetness, it was intoxicating. Mei Enning's eyes revealed a dazed and weak look, but after a moment, she suddenly snapped out of it, trying to push Han Li away. Although she had mentally prepared herself for Han Li's advances, when the moment truly arrived, she couldn't help but feel flustered and instinctively resist. After all, although Mei Enning had many suitors, she had never been intimate with any man before, and at this moment she was extremely nervous. But under the intense passion of Han Li's kiss, her struggles soon weakened, and before long she gave in. Under the overwhelming masculine aura, Mei Enning closed her eyes, her cheeks blushing, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her heart in turmoil. In that moment, Mei Enning completely forgot about transferring spiritual energy. But Han Li's strong willpower far surpassed that of ordinary people. After a while, the fervent desire in his eyes gradually faded, and he regained his composure. Han Li withdrew his lips from the fragrant ones and leaned toward Mei Enning's delicate ear, saying with a gentle smile, "Miss Mei, although the taste between men and women is indeed wonderful, don't forget about transferring spiritual energy." Hearing Han Li's words, Mei Enning's body trembled, her jade face even redder. But when Han Li gently kissed her lips again, a cold sensation finally flowed from her lips into Han Li's body. Han Li didn't dare to delay, hurriedly got up from the woman and sat down cross-legged beside the bed, starting to circulate the spiritual energy. Mei Enning also sat up, hurriedly tidying her slightly disheveled clothes, but the blush on her face couldn't dissipate for a while. After hesitating for a moment, Mei Enning stole a glance at Han Li, seeing his eyes closed tightly, before exhaling quietly. Then she got up from under the bed, took a few steps, and sat back on the chair where Han Li had originally been sitting. She stared at Han Li's calm face, revealing a complex expression of hesitation and anxiety. After who knew how long, Han Li finally opened his eyes, meeting Mei Enning's gaze full of thoughts. Suddenly, Mei Enning was frightened and quickly turned her face away, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing Mei Enning's helpless expression, Han Li smiled. But he quickly suppressed his smile, suddenly reaching into his storage bag with one hand. One after another, Items appeared in a flash of white light next to Han Li. In no time, a pile of things appeared. Among them were treasures and materials such as monster tendons and skins. It was unclear what Han Li intended to do with them. You can use spiritual power now. Although Mei Enning was very confident in her spiritual energy, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw Han Li open his storage bag. Although the amount of spiritual power is very small, barely enough to cast even a low-level spell, it's still no problem to open the storage bag. Han Li said with a smile, but he didn't hesitate at all. In a moment, he took out everything he needed and then took out some ancient treasures such as a golden mirror, a flower basket, and a silver bell from his arms. With a sweep of his sleeves, he put them all into the storage bag. Mei Enning looked a little dizzy, glanced at the pile of things next to Han Li, and showed a strange expression on her face. Han Xing, I've never asked. Are you a foundation establishment cultivator? Mei Enning finally felt that something was wrong and asked hesitantly. Of course not. I am a core formation cultivator. At this point, Han Li had no intention of hiding and said frankly. What? Mei Enning couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Although she had vaguely guessed it, she was still shocked. Han Li smiled, then put his hand on a spirit beast bag. In an instant, a burst of light flashed, and a small monkey appeared before him. It was the soul-tamming monkey. Strangely, upon appearing, the lazy creature suddenly became energetic, sniffing around with its large nose before bouncing around Han Li. This made Han Li's heart stir. Mei Enning obviously didn't recognize this famous spiritual beast in the cultivation world. She just glanced at the little monkey a few times, showing a hint of curiosity. Miss Mei, wait here for a moment. While I still have some spiritual power left, I'll go do something and come back, Han Li said calmly. Something. Mei Enning blinked her beautiful eyes, a bit puzzled. Han Li didn't say much, just selected a few items and put them into his arms. Then, he ignored the remaining things, went straight to the door, and gently pushed it open, glancing outside. The sky outside remained unchanged, indicating that there was no distinction between day and night here. However, it was unclear what time it was now, as there were clearly fewer people moving around outside. Han Li beckoned to the soul-tamming monkey, and with a leap, the creature flew into his sleeve on its own. He then turned his head and smiled at Mei Enning before confidently walking out. Leaving Mei Enning, the beauty, puzzled and uncertain inside the room. Han Li moved skillfully outside, trying to avoid attracting attention from others. In no time, he stopped in front of a relatively large stone house. After a quick glance around, he pushed open the door without hesitation and walked in. After a short while, Han Li emerged from the house with a satisfied expression on his face. There were some unique liquid sinking water stored here. Han Li used several large-capacity empty bottles from his storage bag to fill about half of the remaining stock before leaving the house. As he rounded a corner and spotted a peculiarly shaped round stone house, Han Li's expression changed, and he stopped in his tracks. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be the residence of the middle-aged man with the surname Feng. At this moment, he felt the faint trace of spiritual power that he could have manipulated starting to fade away, gradually dissipating. Hanley glanced around and noticed that there was no one else present. Without hesitation, he slapped the spirit beast pouch with one hand, and a three-colored devouring gold worm silently flew out of the pouch. Then, with his last bit of spiritual sense, he commanded the worm to shoot towards the stone house. The worm squeezed through a crack in the stone door without making a sound. The room was silent, not a sound to be heard. Seeing this scene, Han Li sneered inwardly, then turned and walked back to his residence. Just as Han Li turned a corner, a scream suddenly came from the residence of the middle-aged man surnamed Feng. Han Li pursed his lips and continued walking back without any expression. However, there was already a commotion in the distance. Since he had a grudge with that man surnamed Feng, he naturally wanted to take advantage of his remaining spiritual power and divine sense to cleanly resolve this issue. Otherwise, being targeted by this person would always make him feel uneasy. Before he even returned to the house, the faint trace of spiritual power brought by the communication had completely dissipated, and his divine sense could no longer leave his body. Han Li shook his head lightly, glanced at the nearby residence, and walked briskly towards it. Entering the house, Mei Enning was lying sideways on the stone bed, breathing lightly and rhythmically, apparently asleep. Han Li was initially surprised, but as he looked at her peaceful, sleeping face, he remembered the scene of their recent kiss and felt a slight warmth in his heart. However, seeing the woman curling up with a hint of chilliness, he hesitated for a moment before picking up a large piece of demon beast skin from the table and covering her with it. Mei Enning seemed to feel the warmth, and her slightly furrowed brows relaxed. Subconsciously, she rolled the beast skin further around herself, still asleep. Seeing this, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle softly. It's understandable. Although this woman had a much stronger physique than ordinary people, she was still just an ordinary woman. The ordeal she went through earlier left her physically and mentally exhausted. As a result, while waiting for Han Li, she fell asleep without realizing it. After a soft chuckle, Han Li didn't wake her up, but instead looked at the pile of materials on the table with a hint of interest in his eyes. After some time, Mei Enning slowly woke up. Before she even opened her beautiful eyes, she heard a faint voice. "If Miss May is awake, please get up. We have some preparations to make in these 2 days." As soon as she understood the content of the words, Mei Enning blushed and sat up, causing the beast skin on her to naturally slide down. This startled her for a moment, and then her clear eyes stared blankly at the source of the voice, her face showing a hint of complexity. Han Li was sitting on the opposite chair, organizing a large piece of demon beast skin. Seeing Mei Enning wake up, he smiled at her. "I don't know, Miss May, if you are proficient in needlework. I have some high-level fire attribute demon beast skins here. If possible, it's best to make them into several leather garments to wear. This way, it will provide some resistance to the cold wind. I can try, but we'll need some needles and thread. Seeing that Han Li didn't mention yesterday's kiss at all, May Enning's embarrassment faded slightly. But for some reason, there was a hint of inexplicable disappointment in her heart. However, on the surface, she just replied with a slight blush on her face. These demon beast skins are quite tough, and only flying needles can barely pierce them. Then we'll just use some fine demon tendons to sew them together. After all, we're only trying to resist the cold wind, so we can't be too picky. Han Li raised his hand and pulled out a faint blue long needle from the table, handing it over as if he had been prepared for it. This needle was a top-grade flying needle artifact, extremely sharp. Even Han Li himself had forgotten where he had obtained it from the unfortunate cultivator who died at his hands. Now it happened to be useful, so he took it out from his storage bag. "I'll do my best," May Enning said softly, biting her lip. Han Li nodded, about to say something, but footsteps came from outside the door, followed by an old voice. "I wonder if fellow Taoist Han is here." "Who?" Han Li was slightly stunned and asked somewhat strangely. But then he felt the voice familiar. After a moment of thought, it turned out to be the voice of the old man with long beard, which surprised him even more. He, fellow Taoist, and I had a pleasant conversation on the stone platform yesterday. Came the hearty laughter from outside, confirming that it was indeed the cultivator who called himself Five Dragon Sea. With that said, Han Li naturally wouldn't refuse to see him. He was also curious about the sudden visit of the other party, so he took a few steps forward and opened the door. Sure enough, the smiling old man with long beard was standing outside, with two other old men behind him, one with a red face and white beard, and the other with a hunched back and gloomy demeanor. "Please come in, 3 of you." Han Li didn't ask about the purpose of their visit first, but directly invited them in. "This is Miss May, right?" The 3 men, seeing May Enning in the room, showed a hint of amazement, but then they greeted her politely and then stood naturally beside Han Li, seeming to regard Han Li as the leader. The 3 men looked at each other thoughtfully. After the 3 men sat down on the chairs, Han Li glanced at the other 2 and asked slowly, "And these 2? Fellow Taoist Han guessed right. These 2 are fellow cultivators from the Great Jin dynasty. One is fellow Taoist Yun from the Heavenly Symbol sect, and the other is fellow Taoist Jin from the Four Seas True Academy." The long-bearded old man introduced. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement, and the 2 men also carefully looked at Han Li, exchanging polite greetings. 3 fellow Taoists, coming here together, is there something important? Han Li asked without changing his expression. Hearing Han Li's words, the 3 men subconsciously glanced at each other. After a moment, it was the long-bearded old man who cleared his throat and said meaningfully, "Fellow Taoist Han, do you know that Elder Feng, who specializes in teaching martial arts in the village, was suddenly bitten to death by an unnamed strange insect yesterday? It is said that this strange insect bit his throat while he was sleeping, and he died a miserable death. Oh, is there such a thing? I wonder what kind of strange insect it is to be so powerful. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he spoke lightly, leaving the three men murmuring in their hearts, unable to judge whether there was any connection between Han Li and the incident. This isn't entirely clear, as by the time others arrived, Elder Feng had already passed away. Only a few villagers saw a flying insect fly out of his wound. Although they struck the insect several times with weapons, it remained unharmed and flew away. Because it was covered in blood, no one saw its specific appearance clearly, the long-bearded old man said, staring at Han Li without blinking. The other two men looked equally serious. What do you three think I had something to do with it? You've come to accuse me, Han Li said, his expression unchanged, leaning back lazily. How could it be? We absolutely believe it wasn't Brother Han who did this. Even if it were, we'd be delighted. That man surnamed Feng relied on his martial skills and always disrespected us. His death is just as well. The old man's face changed slightly, chuckling. Upon hearing this, Han Li narrowed his eyes and looked at them without immediately responding. Then the long-bearded old man continued, "But we heard that Elder Feng visited your house yesterday and came out dejected. And today, when examining his body, we found his arm had been broken. It seems Brother Han, despite losing his magical powers, still has formidable means." Upon hearing this, Han Li raised an eyebrow. It seemed these individuals had some influence in the village, as they even knew about the middle-aged man surnamed Feng's visit to his house yesterday and his subsequent despondency. Is this why you've come? If there's something, just say it plainly. I'm not interested in beating around the bush, Han Li said coldly after a moment of silence, his tone turning even icier. The long-bearded old man and the others exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant. Since you're unwilling to speak, I won't force you. Gentlemen, please leave, Han Li said, his patience wearing thin. Perhaps Han Li's words finally prompted them to make a decision, as the old man with the hunched back suddenly spoke up. Han Taoist friend, I wonder if you're interested in joining us in ruling this village. What do you mean? Han Li frowned upon hearing this, but in reality, he had already guessed their intention. You want to seize power. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked. That's right. We cultivators shouldn't be treated like ordinary folks, commanded by those so-called elders as they please. We should be the elders of the village. As a foundation establishment cultivator, being manipulated by mere mortals for so long is intolerable. Previously, there were too few of us cultivators, so we didn't dare to act rashly. But now, with two more joining us, we can certainly make a difference. Another red-faced elder spoke with a gleam in his eyes. Not interested. The three of you can leave. Consider that I've never heard any of this. Han Li glanced at the three men and spoke expressionlessly, causing their faces to change drastically. What? Are you really willing to submit to being beneath others? Once we seize the position of elders in the village, The few of us will jointly control the village, regardless of size. With this, even if the environment here is harsh, we'll be free. The elder with long beard forced a smile and continued to persuade. I think you've misunderstood something. My companion and I never said we intended to stay in this village. We'll be leaving in a few days. So, what you're saying is just empty words. Neither of us will get involved. Hanley stroked his chin calmly. Leaving here? Are you dissatisfied with this village and planning to go to other villages? Don't you know? Our village is one of the largest and best among all human villages. Conditions in other villages are much worse than here. The long-bearded elder was taken aback and blurted out. Listening to his words, Hanley smiled faintly, shook his head lightly, and remained silent. Do you two intend to climb Stormwind Mountain, then? The hunchbacked elder, seeing Hanley's expression, had a sudden insight, his face showing surprise. Why? Is it strange that we don't want to stay here and want to leave? Hanley's smile faded, his tone non-committal. It's not a matter of whether it's strange or not. It's whether you two really understand how dangerous Stormwind Mountain is. The red-faced elder raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar. Although I don't know much, I've heard some things from the village elder. Hanley glanced at the man and replied calmly. HMPH, whatever that guy knows about the terror of Stormwind Mountain is just hearsay. The real danger of Stormwind Mountain is something my companion and I experienced firsthand. It's not something we, with our cultivation lost, can pass through. Apart from the powerful yin beasts lurking beneath Stormwind Mountain, there's also the yin wind and illusion mist on the mountain, which are equally deadly. There's no chance of reaching the summit. Even if one manages to escape when the cracks open, it's just a legend. No one has ever really tried it. Perhaps it's not even possible. The hunchbacked elder's face changed several times, filled with fear as he spoke. Have you two ever climbed Stormwind Mountain? Can you tell us about it? Hanley's expression changed slightly as he stared at them, expressing interest. We don't mind sharing. Even if Handfellow Taoist doesn't ask, we would have said it to dispel any illusions. When my companion Jin and I first arrived here, we didn't want to spend our lives here. So, after preparing for half a year, we joined 3 other cultivators from neighboring villages and set off for Stormwind Mountain. However, before we even got close, one of our companions was spotted by nearby yin beasts and died at the foot of the mountain. When we finally reached Stormwind Mountain after much difficulty, the remaining 2 companions hadn't even climbed a quarter of it before being frozen to death by the yin wind. Jin and I, carrying some flame stones, barely managed to continue forward. But the higher we climbed, the stronger the yin wind became, making it impossible to stand. In the end, we didn't even see the illusion mist near the mountain waist. We were blown off the mountain by the wind several times. Although we were lucky not to die, we dared not go any further and had to reluctantly retreat. After returning to the village, Jin and I fell seriously ill due to the bone-piercing cold, lying in bed for months before we could get up again. Since then, we've completely abandoned the idea of leaving Stormwind Mountain. The red-faced elder recounted with a look of horror. It's indeed terrifying. Hanley stroked his chin, murmuring thoughtfully. It's not just terrifying, it's beyond words. Fellow Taoists abandon this idea. Even though the outside world may seem enticing, it's worthless if you lose your lives. Stay here and make a big impact with us. You're still young. Once we're nearing the end of our lives, everything in this village will belong to you too. The long-bearded elder tempted, appearing sincere. Fellows, no need for persuasion. Han won't give up until he tries for himself. Of course, if we fail to climb Stormwind Mountain, I'll consider your advice. Han Li didn't want to easily make enemies with the three, so, with a softer tone, he replied. Hearing Han Li's words, the three were displeased but tried to persuade him further. However, Han Li seemed determined and showed no signs of turning back. Helpless, the three turned their attention to Mei Enning, but she simply said, Han and I will stand together, leaving them equally dumbfounded. Fortunately, Han Li didn't outright reject them. If climbing the mountain failed and they survived, there would still be a chance. After their persuasion failed, the three could only force a smile and take their leave. Could he turn back and betray us? A short distance from Han Li's residence, the hunchbacked elder suddenly asked with a dark expression. Betray us? What benefit would he gain by betraying us? Haven't you noticed the girl might be an exception, but Han is quite clever. He wouldn't do something so foolish. I just hope they realize the dangers of Stormwind Mountain before they get too close. After all, if we were to act now, we'd only have a 50-50 chance. With them joining us, our strength would increase considerably. But it's fortunate that Han inadvertently removed the biggest obstacle, the Heaven Seal. Otherwise, with his martial arts, he would indeed be a big problem. The long-bearded elder dismissed the idea. Indeed, he's quite cautious. He wouldn't do anything that's not in his best interest. But just to be safe, we should send someone to monitor him secretly. We can't afford any mistakes. The red-faced elder nodded in agreement. Cloud Brothers' plan is thoughtful. Let's arrange it like this, but be careful not to be discovered by them. However, the long-bearded elder's face showed a hint of doubt as he spoke. However, what? The hunchbacked elder asked, puzzled. I wonder if it's just my imagination. Why do I feel like they're oddly confident about leaving this place? Although we warned them about the dangers of Stormwind Mountain, they seem utterly unconcerned. Could there really be a method to reach the summit of Stormwind Mountain? The long-bearded elder muttered to himself. That's impossible. Leaving aside everything else, the yin wind on the mountain is absolutely insurmountable. My companion and I can vouch for that. Countless frozen corpses beneath the mountain waste are proof of the futile attempts by cultivators and ordinary folks trying to escape this place. The hunchbacked elder shook his head, utterly disbelieving. Well, perhaps it's just my imagination after all. The long-bearded elder chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking it unlikely. However, hearing these words, the red-faced elder suddenly had a thought cross his mind. After the three elders left, Han Li and Mei Enning exchanged a few words before leaving the house. They first went to the residence of the middle-aged man named Feng and confirmed that he had indeed died from being bitten in the throat by the gold-devouring insects. Han Li only glanced briefly at the corpse before leaving expressionlessly. Subsequently, Han Li continued to inquire about the geography of the area, the locations of other villages, and the distribution of dark beasts from the villagers. Every piece of information that could help him escape this place was meticulously gathered in his mind. Han Li even drew a detailed map based on the villagers' descriptions. After 2 consecutive days passed, Han Li had completed most of his preparations. He then informed the village elder of his intention to leave and climb Stormwind Mountain. Naturally, the plump elder felt somewhat regretful upon hearing this. After a few words of persuasion, seeing that Han Li's decision was firm, he stopped insisting and agreed to it. Han Li and Mei Enning returned to their residence to rest for the night, preparing to leave the village the next day. However, to their surprise, someone sneaked up to their house and knocked on the door. Cloud fellow Taoist. Han Li was taken aback when he saw the red-faced elder standing before him. Han fellow Taoist, to cut to the chase, although I'm unsure whether you truly have the capability to leave this place, there's still a glimmer of hope. So I have a request. If you manage to escape the peril and have the opportunity, I hope you can deliver this box to our Tianfu sect. The red-faced elder said solemnly, pulling out a rough bone box from his robe and handing it to Han Li. Friend, what do you mean by this? Han Li merely glanced at the bone box and didn't reach out to take it, instead asking calmly. Without knowing what was inside the box, he wouldn't rashly accept it. Friend, there's no need to worry. Inside is the refining method for one of our Tianfu sect's 3 spirit symbols, the soul-suppressing symbol, a technique that has traditionally been reserved for the sect leader to cultivate. I have no other intentions. I just hope that if you have the chance, you can pass this symbol refining method back to our sect. I don't want our Tianfu sect to lose this unique skill. The red-faced elder sighed and explained. Then he opened the box himself, revealing several densely inscribed bone pieces inside. The soul-suppressing symbol, only the sect leader can learn it. Could it be that you are the sect leader of Tianfu sect? Han Li's expression showed a hint of hesitation. Indeed, I am the 57th generation sect leader of Tianfu sect. Our sect is just a minor sect in the Huiyuan province of the Jin dynasty. Therefore, I, with only a foundation establishment cultivation, assumed the position of sect leader. I hope you don't think less of me for it, the elder admitted with a slight blush. Hearing this, Han Li's expression briefly showed surprise, but then he furrowed his brows slightly. After a moment, he looked at the elder and said slowly, the method of refining the soul-suppressing symbol, being exclusive to the sect leader, must have its unique aspects. By entrusting it to me like this, aren't you afraid that I might learn the symbol-making technique? Moreover, although I've heard of the fame of the great Jin dynasty, I have never been there. Whether I will have the opportunity to go there in the future, I myself do not know. Aren't you being a bit reckless? The red-faced elder, upon hearing Han Li's questions, didn't show any surprise on his face. Instead, he expressed appreciation in his eyes and said, "By entrusting this item to you, friend, I am implicitly allowing you to learn the symbol-making technique. Consider it as an advance payment for your assistance. To be honest, when you truly see the method of refining this symbol, you might not even be interested in it." Although the method of refining the soul-suppressing symbol has been passed down through generations in our sect, except for a few predecessors who made a few symbols during the sect's prosperous period, none of the successive sect leaders have actually made this symbol. With our sect's current decline, it's even more of a pipe dream. As for whether you will go to the great Jin dynasty and return this symbol-making technique, that's up to you. I just want some peace of mind. After all, this soul-suppressing symbol was created by the founder of our sect. If it were to be lost in the cultivation world, I would find it difficult to explain. Even if this symbol-making technique cannot return to Tianfu sect, it would still be better to pass it down in your hands than to disappear completely. When I meet our sect's ancestors in the afterlife, at least I'll have something to account for. The red-faced elder spoke with a wry smile. Hanley felt a bit speechless after hearing this. So, the sect leader of Tianfu sect was just seeking peace of mind. It seemed he was indeed someone who would take advantage without suffering any loss. If he didn't go to the great Jin dynasty, there would be no need to return the bone box. If he did go to the rumored empire, it seemed like a simple task to deliver something. And what exactly was this soul-suppressing symbol? It seemed quite difficult to refine, sparking Han Li's curiosity. According to his increasingly broad experience, besides the ordinary five-element spells that could be made into talismans, there were indeed some special talismans in the cultivation world with incredible abilities, collectively known as secret talismans. These secret talismans were difficult to categorize into the five-element Taoist arts, and each sect often had unique methods of refining them, making it difficult for others to replicate. For example, when he was in the Hall of Virtual Sky, he was ambushed by the Elder of the Star Palace and nearly lost his life. The incarnation talisman that appeared at that critical moment and the teleportation talisman specially made by the Star Palace were two different types of secret talismans. Of course, the former was far more valuable than the latter. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li no longer hesitated and reached out to take the bone box. At the same time, he solemnly promised, "All I can promise you, friend, is to do my best. Please don't expect too much from me, Cloud friend." That's enough. With Han fellow Taoist's words, I am deeply grateful. The red-faced elder, upon hearing Han Li's response, appeared even more relieved, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. After chatting with Han Li for a few more words, he took his leave tactfully. As Han Li stood at the door, watching the elder's departing figure, he couldn't help but weigh the bone box in his hand, with a mysterious look in his eyes. At this moment, Mei Enning, who had been silent behind Han Li, finally couldn't help asking, "This soul-suppressing symbol, I've never heard of it before. Is it really a powerful talisman?" "I don't know, but it's probably not ordinary." Han Li glanced at Mei Enning's face, which was as delicate as carved jade, and chuckled lightly. Then he returned to the table and picked up a bone piece, scanning it absent-mindedly. After only a glance, Han Li uttered a surprised sound. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the symbol-making method? Mei Enning, sitting opposite Han Li, asked curiously, her face full of curiosity. Since that kiss, she and Han Li had become somewhat closer unconsciously. The previous restraint had mostly disappeared. Nothing. The materials needed to refine this soul-suppressing symbol are quite extraordinary. No wonder the Tianfu sect possesses the technique of symbol making, but doesn't dare to hope for the refinement of this talisman. After examining the bone piece in his hand, Han Li casually remarked and put it back into the box. What materials are needed that even you, Han Fellow, find extraordinary? Mei Enning asked, a little puzzled. Among other materials, the main material for making the talisman is something that even spirit stones can't buy. It requires the soul essence of a nascent soul-stage demonic beast to refine this soul-suppressing symbol. Do you think that's extraordinary enough? Han Li picked up another bone piece and said with a faint smile. The soul essence of a nascent soul-stage demonic beast. Mei Enning gasped, her clear eyes filled with astonishment. But she didn't notice that, as Han Li carefully examined the bone piece in his hand, a mysterious look flashed across his face. After resting for a night, Han Li and Mei Enning left the village without notifying anyone. They disappeared from sight under the surprised gaze of several guards. A month later, on a strange, blood-red land, dozens of young men and women dressed in gray clothes, wielding bone spears, suddenly appeared, cautiously surrounding a mound-shaped highland where several peculiar creatures, with bodies like jade-green toads, were curled up, fast asleep. These creatures were called azure toads, belonging to the yin beasts. Despite their grotesque appearance resembling oversized toads, they were one of the few yin beasts in this desolate land that lacked deadly toxins and could be consumed by humans. The actions of these people were swift and silent, and as they closed in on the creatures, they were about to complete the encirclement when one of the azure toads suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, catching sight of the humans who were merely 30 to 40 yards away. Simultaneously, as the humans cried out to attack, a warning shriek echoed from the toad's mouth. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so bone spears, emitting gleaming white light, were hurled towards the azure toads. Most of the azure toads leaped up in response, but they were immediately struck down by the bone spears, except for two agile ones that managed to evade the assault, albeit with some injuries as the spears barely missed them. With a quick backward leap, the two azure toads leaped nearly 30 feet high, evading the humans' encirclement and plunging into a nearby pile of peculiar rocks. Just when the humans thought they had lost their prey, the azure toads suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing with a dull thud, motionless, their jade-green bodies staining the ground crimson with their blood. This unexpected turn of events left the young men and women dumbfounded, staring in astonishment at the fallen creatures. Han Lee's and May Enning's plan to hunt the azure toads seemed to have ended in a twist of fate. Swoosh, swoosh, two sounds came, and two green lights flew out from the corpse of the yin beast, shooting towards a nearby boulder. Then, figures flashed, and a man and a woman emerged from behind the rock. The man had an ordinary appearance with clear eyes, while the woman was beautiful and graceful, with a gentle and charming demeanor. They were Han Lee and May Enning. However, the two of them were now wearing light blue animal skin coats, and Han Lee held a small green sword in each hand. Wrapped around the sword handles were translucent threads, which turned out to be some fine tendons of beasts. Han Lee walked over a few steps, looked down at the two yin beasts killed by the small swords, and then looked up at the people nearby who were alert. Just now, when I saw these two Bai Chan beasts about to flee, I had no choice but to take action. I hope you won't blame me, but rest assured I don't need these two Bai Chan beasts. I just want to ask you a few questions. Can you answer them for me? Han Lee smiled kindly and said to the opposite side, "Do you really not want these two Bai Chan beast corpses?" A slightly older, muscular man with a puzzled look on his face spoke up, seemingly the leader of this group of young men and women. "Of course, I really don't need them. I have enough food," Han Lee replied affirmatively, kicking the corpse on the ground to emphasize his point. "All right, go ahead and ask your questions." Although the muscular man felt something was amiss, he didn't think he would incur any losses, so he finally nodded in agreement. Seeing that the other party was so cooperative, Han Lee nodded in satisfaction and calmly said, "Are you all villagers from the nearby Hungtu village?" "Yes, we are all villagers from Hungtu village." The muscular man frowned and replied honestly, "That's good. We're actually here to inquire whether there have been any newcomers from outside recently in your village. We're looking for someone," Han Lee asked calmly without revealing his intentions. "Newcomers? No, but the last time the rift opened, we found several skeletons where the yin beasts were active, some men and women, all reduced to mere piles of bones. It seems they were unlucky and were devoured clean by the yin beast pack that returned early." The muscular man hesitated for a moment and said, "Skeletons." May Enning, who was standing behind Han Lee, changed her complexion slightly, looking somewhat unpleasant. In the past month or so, the two of them had traveled through 3 other villages. Although they hadn't found her brother, they had seen 2 or 3 surviving cultivators in each village to some extent. But this village was different. As soon as they inquired, all they heard about were dead people. This made May Enning feel a little uneasy, with a vague sense of foreboding. "Yes, we buried their remains on the spot, but their belongings were put into the village warehouse. Would you like to take a look?" The muscular man saw that Han Lee was really here to find someone, so his vigilance gradually disappeared, and he hospitably invited them. "Well then, I'll trouble you, brother." Han Lee looked at the silent beauty beside him, nodded, and made the decision. Even if they were just dead people, it was necessary to confirm their identities. What if her brother was among them? Then he wouldn't have to bother with this matter anymore. The way you speak is refined, clearly indicating that you're from elsewhere. Are you newcomers to this place? The muscular man called his men to clean up the yin beast corpses behind him and struck up a conversation with Han Li, feeling a bit puzzled. Han Li smiled at this. After walking several miles with them, Han Li and Mei Enning arrived at another unfamiliar village. This village was obviously much smaller than the others. Although it was also surrounded by stone walls, they were only 7 or 8 yards high and looked dilapidated, as if they hadn't been maintained. Judging from the size of the village, there were at most 100 or so residents, a pitifully small population. As soon as they entered the village, the muscular man pointed to a larger stone house, feeling a bit apologetic, and said that Han Li and Mei Enning could go in and see for themselves. He needed to deal with the yin beast corpses first, as they were precious food that needed to be prioritized. Han Li naturally didn't mind, and after thanking him, he led Mei Enning over. Is this really your brother's stuff? Han Li looked at the tattered, blood-stained clothes in front of him with some surprise. He didn't expect that as soon as they entered the so-called warehouse, Mei Enning would recognize her brother's belongings in a corner. Her face turned deathly pale, and her beautiful eyes seemed somewhat absent-minded. How could I forget? This garment was sewn by me for my brother, and there's our unique mark on the storage bag next to it. Mei Enning stared at the dark pile of things, her eyes slightly red, and said with a choked voice. Han Li didn't know what comforting words to say for a moment. He hesitated for a moment, then gently patted the fragrant shoulders of the woman twice before quietly exiting the stone house. He knew that it was better for her to be alone for a while now. Sure enough, as soon as he left, intermittent sobs came from inside. Han Li sighed lightly, looked at the sky, and fell silent. After a full quarter of an hour, Mei Enning, with slightly swollen eyes, walked out of the house. Let's go. Since my brother is no longer here, we don't need to go to other villages. Let's go straight to the stormy mountain, the woman said calmly. It seemed that she had suppressed the grief of losing her brother and buried it deep in her heart. Of course, we'll go to Stormy Mountain, but before that, I have some other things to do. I need to collect some yin beast crystals. Han Li glanced at Mei Enning and said calmly, Beast crystals? What's the use of collecting them? Besides, those yin beasts are not easy to deal with. Mei Enning learned about the yin beast crystals at this time and was a little surprised. Collecting them naturally has its uses for me. I estimate that in this vast world, places like the yin realm are extremely rare, if not unique. After leaving here, if we want to collect more yin beast crystals, it will be extremely difficult. As for dealing with these yin beasts, we don't need to take action ourselves. Let it deal with them. Han Li suddenly flicked his sleeve, and a green light shot out, landing in front of them. Mei Enning looked at the little monkey in front of her, her face showing confusion. Of course it's it, Han Li affirmed calmly. On their way, Han Li had been searching for safe routes, eager to find a village. Although he used his small swords to kill some low-level spiritual beasts along the way, he hadn't seen any beast crystals. This made Han Li, who vaguely understood the use of yin beast crystals, naturally want to collect more. Now, Han Li didn't say much more. After calling out to Mei Enning, he turned and left. He planned to rest in this Hongtu village for a day, and then head to the gathering place of powerful yin beasts tomorrow to test the power of the Tai Hun beast. A giant clawed beast, about 5 or 6 zhang tall, swaggered through a depression. Relying on its massive, indestructible claws and sharp teeth, it was the overlord of this area, naturally not worried that any high-level yin beasts would suddenly attack it. Suddenly, its somewhat unresponsive small ears seemed to hear something. It turned its head with a fierce look in its eyes and stared at a spot tens of yards away where a small monkey about a foot tall had appeared at some point. The little monkey was staring excitedly at the huge creature in front of it. Seeing the little monkey, the clawed beast didn't pounce on it in anger. Instead, it let out a low growl, its face showing fear as it wanted to retreat. But as soon as its body moved, a yellow mist suddenly swooped in like lightning, enveloping the giant beast. Then, within the yellow light, came a thunderous roar from the beast. The light flashed brightly, and then the yellow mist shot back, carrying strands of black air that were sucked into the little monkey's nostrils. The little monkey chewed happily for a while, then patted its slightly bulging belly, a satisfied expression on its face, as if it had just eaten something extremely delicious. At this moment, Han Li, with a relaxed expression, walked leisurely from afar, with a stunned and beautiful woman by his side. The woman had witnessed the scene just now, which was truly unbelievable to her. Now, as she looked at the mostly dried-up corpse of the clawed beast, she finally connected the dots between the little monkey in front of her and the rumored fierce beast. Her face couldn't help but turn ugly. By this time, Han Li had already walked to the head of the giant beast. With a flick of his sleeve, a shiny silver short knife appeared in his hand. Without changing his expression, Han Li made a cut under the beast's skin, splitting its head in half like a watermelon. Then, a thumb-sized green crystal fell out. Seeing the crystal, a smile finally appeared on Han Li's face. He bent down, picked it up, and said to himself, "A few strong yin beasts are still 7 mail away to the west. It's perfect timing to deal with them all at once." Stormy Mountain is a towering giant mountain located in the northeast corner of the Yin Ming land. From a distance, only half of the mountain can be seen, with the rest piercing directly into the clouds, making it impossible to see the upper half. This mountain is entirely composed of bare black stones, with no vegetation able to survive on it. And from a height of over 1,000 zhang, fierce yin-ming winds begin to blow across the mountain. For ordinary people, not to mention continuing to climb upwards, even stepping into it could turn them into black ice sculptures. Such a harsh environment has made the area near this mountain even more gloomy and terrifying than usual. Arcs of lightning flicker incessantly in the sky, while the ground is filled with howling cold winds, flying sand, and rolling stones, making it feel like stepping into the realm of ghosts. Despite such a heavy yin-ming atmosphere, it is the favorite place of powerful yin beasts. Near this mountain, there are always several extremely fierce yin beasts lurking. But on this day, an unexpected visitor arrived at Stormy Mountain. A giant beast carcass, towering 30 to 40 zhang high, fell heavily to the ground amidst a silver light, quickly shriveling and shrinking, losing all signs of life in an instant. Only then did the silver light wrap around a large mass of black mist and fly away. A majestic roar rang out from afar, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Following that, the sound of a heavy object landing came, and a silver giant ape, 10 zhang tall, appeared next to the yin beast corpse after a few leaps. This giant ape was fierce and terrifying, exuding an indescribable aura with every move. Perched on its shoulders were a man and a woman, Han Li and Mei Enning. Han Li glanced at the yin beast corpse below, then slapped his hand lightly, gracefully floating down. Then, with a flash of cold light, the head of the yin beast split open under his feet, revealing nothing inside. A hint of disappointment appeared on Han Li's face, but he quickly regained his composure. At present, he had accumulated over 100 yin Ming beast crystals. Although he knew that there must still be yin Ming beast crystals in the groups of lower-level yin beasts, he didn't have time to kill them one by one. He had to climb Stormy Mountain before the next fissure opened. Mei Enning also leaped down from the giant ape's shoulder. Immediately, the silver light flashed, and the giant ape shrank into a small size, turning into the Tai Hun beast, still maintaining its silver-white fur. Han Li turned around and saw the transformation of the Tai Hun beast, a smile appearing on his face. Some time ago, after he took this Tai Hun beast to kill powerful yin beasts everywhere and absorbed a large amount of yin beast soul essence, this beast unexpectedly gained the ability to transform into a giant ape, and its fur gradually changed to this eye-catching color. This surprised Han Li as well, because according to the instructions for refining the Tai Hun beast given to him by Yuan Yao, the true Tai Hun beast did not have this ability to transform, and after advancing, its fur color should change to pitch black. However, this beast was originally only a semi-finished product, not fully refined. And the yin beast soul essence in the yin Ming land seemed to be very different from the ordinary soul essence outside. So it was only through the coincidence of these two aspects that this unique evolution occurred. It wasn't what is commonly referred to as a mutant spirit beast, but it was definitely an unprecedented, unique evolution. Although he didn't know if continuing to evolve like this would make it more powerful than a true Tai Hun beast, Han Li was happy to see this change continue. After the Tai Hun beast shrank, a silver light flashed, shooting into Han Li's sleeve, and it began to sleep soundly. Han Li smiled slightly, looked up at the distant Stormy Mountain, his face showing a solemn expression. The few remaining powerful yin beasts near Stormy Mountain were no match for the current Tai Hun beast. The yin beast that had just perished was the last one here. Now, they could climb the mountain boldly. "Let's go. We need to climb to the top of the mountain before the next fissure opens. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for months again." Han Li glanced deeply at the distant giant mountain and said slowly, "What Han brother said is true. Although the duration of the fissure opening varies, the people here have a rough understanding of their general rules. And the next opening will be in half a month. If we miss this opportunity, we'll probably have to wait another half a year." The beautiful woman beside him, feeling a chill on her snow-white neck, agreed with a slightly open mouth. Han Li smiled faintly at her words and strode towards the giant mountain with the woman. A quarter of an hour later, the two stood at the foot of Stormy Mountain. From a distance, they hadn't realized how extraordinary the mountain was. But now that they were closer, they felt that the mountain was truly incredible. There were no other mountains around, just this one bare peak, extremely steep, covering an area of more than 10 li. Han Li didn't rush to climb the mountain, but wandered with Mei Enning for a while before selecting a relatively easy direction to climb Stormy Mountain. Not long after, the two figures disappeared into two black dots on the face of the giant mountain, gradually disappearing among the towering rocks. In the first 1,000 zhang, Han Li and Mei Enning didn't expend much energy and easily climbed up. But after 1,000 zhang, fierce yin-ming winds began to blow on the mountain, and as the altitude increased, the wind became more violent. At this point, Han Li and Mei Enning each put on several pieces of fire-attributed demon beast leather armor. However, even so, their faces turned green, and their skin tingled. If ordinary people were here, they would probably freeze to death after just one gust of yin wind. After advancing for tens of zhang in the yin wind, Han Li's brows furrowed, and he stopped. After a moment of contemplation, he reached into his bosom, and a fist-sized white bead appeared in his hand. This bead emitted a faint white light, enveloping them. Strangely enough, as soon as the howling wind touched this white light, its strength greatly diminished, becoming weak and feeble. This was an extremely rare wind-avoiding bead. Although the yin wind was still chilling, Han Li and Mei Enning, relying on their demon beast leather armor, could barely endure it. The two continued forward cautiously. After walking for a long time, frost-covered rocks appeared around them, and the ground became slippery, causing Han Li and Mei Enning to proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. During this difficult journey, both of them were breathing heavily, their breath turning into white mist. Mei Enning's face was even more flushed, and she was panting heavily. After walking for an arduous, unknown duration, the two found themselves completely surrounded by a glimmering, reflective glacier. All the rocky terrain was enveloped in thick black ice, and the mountain slope suddenly steepened. With one wrong step, they could easily tumble off the cliff. Han Li and Mei Enning had already wrapped their feet in rough scale skins. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to proceed at all. Yet even so, they still occasionally slipped and fell, facing exceptional difficulties. Let's take a brief rest under that giant rock, regain our strength, and then continue forward, Han Li said, glancing up at the flashing crystals in the distance, sighing as he spoke to the pale-faced beauty beside him. Although she didn't speak, Han Li could tell that her energy was nearly depleted, and continuing forward would likely be dangerous. Mei Enning let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Han Li's words and quickly forced a smile, nodding in agreement. The giant rock Han Li mentioned was actually a slanted mountain stone over 10 zhang high, making it an excellent shelter from the wind. The two hurriedly moved towards it. 2 days later, at a certain location on the slope of Stormy Mountain, mist billowed, strange cries echoed, and visibility was reduced to almost zero. Han Li and Mei Enning cautiously made their way through it. Both of them wore small thumb-sized beads on their wrists, emitting a faint blue light, protecting them within. The surrounding gray mist seemed alive, attempting to envelop them, but as soon as it approached the blue light, it dissipated on its own. If it weren't for Brother Han having these perla beads, we might not have been able to get through these strange mists after passing the yin-wind barrier. Mei Enning sighed lightly, looking at the mist. Han Li smiled at her words, about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He stopped in his tracks and listened intently. Mei Enning was taken aback by his reaction and immediately closed her lips tightly, understanding the situation. "Be careful, there are others in the mist. They are coming this way," Han Li said calmly. At the same time, a blue light flashed, and a pair of small blue swords dropped from his sleeve, tightly gripped in his hands. Then, he stared in a certain direction without saying a word. Hearing Han Li's words, Mei Enning's face showed surprise, but she had already deeply trusted Han Li. She silently took 2 steps back and also stared in the same direction, her face showing a hint of tension. Before long, even Mei Enning could hear the sound of footsteps approaching, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, getting closer to their location. She glanced anxiously at Han Li, but his expression remained unchanged as he stood still. Sensing her gaze, he turned and gave her a gentle smile. Mei Enning blushed involuntarily and quickly looked away, but she felt reassured. The footsteps grew clearer, and they could even hear the faint sounds of the persons breathing. To Han Li's surprise, it seemed like there were 2 people, one following the other. Han Li's brows furrowed, and a faint trace of hostility appeared on his face. Suddenly, the dense fog parted, and a young man wearing a high crown emerged. His face was handsome, and a jade-green belt with faint white light around his waist. Upon seeing Han Li, the young man's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "It's you." The man was none other than Wen Tianren, the successor of the Six Paths sect. He looked completely shocked. "Indeed, it's me. You can rest in peace now," Han Li said expressionlessly. He raised his right hand, and a small blue sword shot out with a whoosh, aiming straight at Wen Tianren's chest. With a light clang, the sword struck something like iron armor and was easily deflected, falling to the ground. From the torn clothing, a faint green light was visible. An inner armor. Surprised that his attack had failed, Han Li frowned, but then coldly snorted, raising his other hand. Another blue light shot out, this time targeting Wen Tianren's exposed throat. But by now, Wen Tianren had regained his composure. Furious and shocked, he wouldn't stand still to be killed. He swiftly dodged the oncoming blue light and launched himself into the thick fog behind him, displaying remarkable agility. Although Han Li's attack missed again, he stood still, his expression cold, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Wen Tianren glanced back hurriedly and felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing Han Li's expression. He tried to change his direction midair, but it was too late. A sharp, icy wind blew at the back of his neck, and in an instant, a small sword pierced through his neck from behind. The hilt of the sword was attached to a translucent, sinew-like beast tendon, stretched taut. Wen Tianren's corpse, trailing blood, fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief at his sudden death. Han Li, expressionless, gave a slight flick of his right hand. The beast tendon tightened and retracted, obediently pulling the small sword back into his palm. Han Li then narrowed his eyes and refocused on the thick fog. A slender figure emerged slowly from the mist, a stunning young woman in white. She smiled charmingly at Han Li and said, "Brother Han, I didn't expect we would meet again." Miss Zai Ling, Han Li nodded calmly. With a flick of his sleeve, the two small swords vanished. On that day, when he was trapped in the golden flames, he had overheard the conversation between Wen Tianren and Zai Ling and recognized her despite her changed appearance. He had to admit, Zai Ling's true visage lived up to her famed beauty, even surpassing Yuan Yao in some aspects. The elegant young woman glanced at the corpse on the ground and sighed softly. I never thought that Wen Tianren, who always claimed to be the top core formation cultivator, would die like this. If others knew about this, they would find it hard to believe. He shouldn't have been here in the first place. Since he showed up, I naturally wouldn't let him go, Han Li said calmly. He then stepped over to the corpse, unceremoniously taking the storage pouch from Wen Tianren's waist and eyeing the jade belt curiously. That's a 4 symbols dragon coiling belt. It contains 4 mystical pearls that provide protection against wind, fire, water, and dust, and also has a calming effect on the mind. It's quite a rare treasure. He relied on this belt to climb this far without trouble, Zai Ling explained with a slight smile. A 4 symbols belt, indeed useful at this time. Han Li hesitated briefly, but then bent down to take the belt as well. He then searched the corpse thoroughly, retrieving a green inner armor and several other treasures. Brother Han, this fellow Taoist is. Zai Ling's bright eyes glanced at Mei Enning standing behind Han Li. This is Miss Mei. She and I were teleported here together, Han Li said calmly. So it's Miss Mei. Mei Enning greets Miss Zai Ling, Mei Enning said, a bit uneasy but curious as she sized up the stunning young woman. Zai Ling's fame was well known to her, and she was momentarily overwhelmed by her beauty. Seeing that Han Li knew Zai Ling, she began to wonder about their relationship. Zai Ling smiled kindly at Mei Enning, then turned back to Han Li with a slightly apologetic expression. "Brother Han, you don't blame me for not helping you fight when Tianren that day, do you? I actually—" "Miss Zai Ling, no need to explain. Although I don't know why you were with the Six Paths successor, I could see your reluctance. Besides, when Tianren ordered you to attack my companions in the valley, you didn't. I remember that," Han Li interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "Since Brother Han understands my predicament, I won't say more. Can I join you and Miss Mei on our journey?" Seeing that Han Li truly didn't hold a grudge, Zai Ling's heart eased, and she asked with a smile. "Of course. We've only covered half of the mist. The road ahead won't be easy. Let's get moving so we don't waste time," Han Li agreed after a brief thought. With no objections from the other two, they set off together. Soon, the three disappeared into the thick fog, leaving behind Wen Tianren's cold corpse. Simultaneously, in a stone cave within the netherworld, a strange scene was unfolding. A beautiful woman sat cross-legged on the ground, facing a shadowy ghost figure enveloped in black mist, who also sat cross-legged. Though the figure was blurry, it seemed to be a young woman. "Sister, are you sure you want to practice this yin-yang reincarnation technique with me? It's not a wise choice," the ghostly woman advised. "Yan, you know that after using the soul restoration technique, my golden core was shattered, making it almost impossible for me to continue cultivating. I thought the cost would be worth it to bring you back, but the ghost mist interrupted the technique halfway. While it stabilized your soul, regaining a body is now hopeless. However, the dense yin energy here benefits your ghost cultivation greatly. And this yin-yang reincarnation technique, a rare dual cultivation method for humans and ghosts, could allow me to regain my core formation stage and even form a nascent soul," said Yuan Yao, the beautiful woman, calmly. "Since you are determined, I won't stop you. But remember, this method brings significant harm despite its fast progress, and you'll lose the chance for reincarnation. Think it over carefully. This technique has been in the Qingyang sect for ages, but no one dared to practice it," the ghostly woman said, sighing. "There's no need to worry, Yan. My mind is made up," Yuan Yao replied firmly. "All right, if you're not afraid, I won't be either. Let's cultivate this yin-yang reincarnation technique together." With a long sigh, the ghostly figure extended two hands shrouded in black mist. Yuan Yao unhesitatingly placed her hands on the ghost's. She closed her eyes and began her path of cultivation. On a flat, giant rock near the peak of Storm Mountain, a silver giant ape, over 10 zhang tall, was beating its chest and roaring at the sky. Under its enormous shadow stood Han Li and his companions. Han Li looked solemnly at the sky, saying nothing. The two women beside him had pale faces, revealing a hint of panic. Over 1,000 winged yin beasts were circling and flying above the giant rock. The largest were 5 or 6 zhang long, while the smallest were only about a foot, but all had fierce and terrifying appearances. However, These flying yin beasts seemed to fear the intimidating presence of the giant ape formed by the soul-harrowing beast. They did not dare to swoop down, but also showed no intention of leaving, creating a temporary stalemate. Han Li, however, felt far from relaxed. From the greedy, blood-red eyes of the yin beasts, he could see their patience was wearing thin. It was only a matter of time before they couldn't resist swarming down. Hanley cursed the fat elder who had provided him with information. Although the elder had mentioned that there were flying yin beasts on Storm Mountain, he had never said there would be so many. Han Li wondered if the elder had intentionally withheld this information, or if he genuinely did not know. Just after they had passed through the foggy area, thinking they could finally take a breather, they were immediately discovered and surrounded by these flying yin beasts. Helpless, Han Li had to release the soul-harrowing beast and let it transform into a giant ape. Han Li was confident in the soul-harrowing beast's ability to restrain yin beasts, but the number of yin beasts was too great. He wasn't sure if the soul-harrowing beast could handle so many in one go. Given the situation, he had no choice but to fight with everything he had. With this thought, Han Li turned to the two women behind him, who looked distressed and whispered a few words. Then he took out a red mini crossbow and a folded soft beast hide shield from his bosom and handed them to the two women. As for himself, he shook his sleeves, and with a series of clinking sounds, 10 small swords fell to the ground. Each sword was connected to one of Han Li's fingers by a thin beast sinew, resembling a rope dart. However, it was unprecedented for anyone to control 10 at once like Han Li. Just as Han Li finished his preparations, the yin beasts in the sky finally lost their patience. A large three-headed yin beast let out a strange screech, and the dozen or so yin beasts closest to Han Li and his group immediately flapped their wings and dove down, no longer fearing the giant ape's intimidating presence. The battle had begun. Almost simultaneously with the yin beast's descent, the giant ape inhaled sharply and then exhaled violently through its nostrils. A vast wave of silver light surged from its enormous nostrils, enveloping most of the yin beasts. The yin beasts in the silver light immediately let out miserable screams and began to fall chaotically. However, 2 smaller yin beasts managed to escape the silver light. With a flap of their wings, they avoided the giant ape's attack and swooped fiercely toward Han Li and his companions from both sides. With a loud bang, one of the yin beasts was struck by a casual punch from the giant ape, sending it flying several zhang away, disappearing into the abyss below. The other yin beast, about the size of a vulture, took advantage of this distraction and closed in on Han Li's group, its sharp claws ready to strike. Han Li, his face expressionless, didn't move but flicked his 10 fingers deftly. The 10 small swords sprang up, whistling through the air to form a shimmering blue sword net that enveloped the approaching yin beast. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the yin beast's mouth. Even without infusing the swords with magical power, The sharpness of the green bamboo cloud-splitting sword was not something this small yin beast could withstand. It was instantly torn apart, its pieces scattered in all directions. Han Li, though swaying slightly, was still spattered with some blood. He frowned but paid it no further mind. Because another wave of yin beasts was already descending from the sky. This time, it wasn't just a dozen, but more than 20, swooping down from all directions. Behind them, other yin beasts appeared eager to join the fray. Han Li's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he extended the beast sinews by a few feet and formed a larger blue sword net, this time encompassing both Mei Enning and Zai Ling within its protective range. Silver light, blue glow, and piercing screams intertwined. 7 or 8 days later, at noon, the murky, dark yellow sea was eerily calm. There was complete silence. No waves, no wind, everything was dead still. It was as if there were no living creatures here, making it seem like a dead sea. Suddenly, a spot on the sea's surface began to churn, and a cloud of black mist emerged from the depths. The inky black mist spread rapidly, covering an area of over 100 zhang. But then, a series of thunderclaps echoed out, and amidst the black mist, flashes of silver light appeared. A ball of dazzling silver light manifested above the black mist, vaguely revealing a bulky figure with what looked like a pair of silver wings. Before the figure could be clearly seen, the silver light flickered rapidly and then vanished, reappearing at the edge of the black mist in the blink of an eye. Amid continuous rumbling, the figure in the silver light moved in and out rapidly, appearing to be escaping hastily. The sea returned to its eerie silence, with only the black mist continuing to expand, black arcs of electricity silently flickering within it. 1,000 miles away from the black mist, the silver light finally dimmed after a series of flashes, revealing Han Li holding Zai Ling with one arm and Mei Enning with the other. The three of them were tightly pressed together, looking very intimate. Han Li seemed unaffected, his expression calm despite the soft fragrance in his arms. The two women, however, blushed, looking delicate and lovable. "It's over. The ghost mist won't spread here. We finally made it out of that damned place," Han Li said, looking around and letting out a sigh of relief. He then released the two women from his arms, displaying a rather gentlemanly demeanor. "Yes, Sister Zai Ling is right. If it weren't for Han Brothers' quick reflexes and assistance, we might have been pulled back into the yin underworld." As soon as they left Han Li's embrace, their protective light shields lit up, and they floated beside Han Li, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. A few days ago, after narrowly escaping several dangers, they finally relied on the soul-harrowing beast to slaughter all the flying yin beasts and climb to the top of Storm Mountain. While waiting for the rift to open on the peak, Mei Enning and Zai Ling found they had much in common and quickly became sworn sisters. This surprised Han Li a bit. After waiting on the peak for a few days, a spatial rift about 10 zhang wide appeared several hundred zhang above. The abundant spiritual energy from the outside world surged in, and their abilities were instantly restored. Delighted, they each flew out of the rift. But as soon as they flew out, a massive suction force appeared behind them, making them unable to move and threatening to pull them back into the yin underworld. Fortunately, Hanli reacted swiftly, unfurling his wind-thunder wings and grabbing the two women, one in each arm. He then activated his thunder escape technique, fleeing the black mist in a series of flashes until they reached this place. Given this rescue, the two women were genuinely grateful to Han Li. "Where are we? This place seems odd. It's too quiet," Zai Ling said, her blush fading as she scanned the sea around them, her eyebrows knitting in confusion. "Indeed, this is strange. There's no breeze and the sea is too calm," Mei Enning added, her face showing the same confusion. Han Li said nothing, narrowing his eyes as he extended his divine sense to scan the depths of the sea around them. Moments later, Han Li's expression changed to one of surprise. "Did you find something, Brother Han? There are so few fish in the sea, and they all seem like fierce sea beasts. Yet they don't appear to be demon beasts," Zai Ling asked, also probing with her divine sense. "Wait a moment," Han Li replied, taking a deep breath. He flicked his finger and a blue sword light, several zhang long, shot into the sea below. Moments later, under the astonished gazes of the two women, the corpse of a strange sea beast floated to the surface. In front of them was a sea beast, 3 to 4 zhang long, covered in blue scales and sporting sharp, tiny teeth. Its large, swollen eyes looked extremely fierce, and most notably, it had a pair of curved, bony spikes under its gills, making it appear even more menacing. Han Li lowered his stance, carefully examining the sea beast's corpse several times. Suddenly, a flash of blue light and a sword beam cut the corpse in half. Han Li reached out, and a dark, indistinct object flew into his hand. He sniffed it without hesitation, detecting a peculiar spicy aroma mingled with a faint fragrance. "It's indeed a fragrant tooth beast," Han Li muttered with a strange expression as he tossed the object aside. A fragrant tooth beast. Zai Ling was startled upon hearing this and exchanged a glance with Mei Enning. Both women showed a hint of confusion on their jade-like faces. This was the first time they had heard this name. "Of course, you two don't know this sea beast. It's a unique deep-sea creature found only here, not in the chaotic Star Sea." Han Li explained with a faint smile, seemingly noticing their surprise. From Brother Han's words, does this mean we're no longer in the chaotic Star Sea? Zai Ling asked with a serious expression. "That's correct. This place is not the chaotic Star Sea. Although I've never been here, I've heard about it. If my guess is right, we should be in the boundless sea." Han Li looked at the murky sea surface and nodded with a wry smile. Then he gazed up at the sky, lost in thought as if recalling something. The boundless sea. Naturally, they had never heard this name before. Brother Han seems to have some understanding of this sea. Could you tell us more about it? Zai Ling asked with a gentle smile after pondering for a moment. Of course, no problem. Hanley nodded calmly. The boundless sea is a common term used by the people of Tian Nan. As the name suggests, no one has ever found its boundaries. Hanley unhurriedly recounted the legends of the boundless sea in great detail, all the while pondering some long-buried questions. From what Brother Han said, this boundless sea should be at the northern end of the so-called Tian Nan region. Moreover, this sea not only has few fish and shrimp, but also lacks islands, Zai Ling asked in surprise. Exactly. The worst part is that without islands, we can't determine our exact location or how far we are from Tian Nan's mainland. Han Li rubbed his nose and spoke calmly. These words left the two women looking at each other in bewilderment. No matter what, we won't lack spirit stones for the time being. We can only fly southward and hope we're not too far from the mainland. Han Li said decisively after some thought. That's our only option. Let's hope for the best. Zai Ling agreed with a hint of helplessness on her fair face. Mei Enning had no objections either. Thus, after determining their direction, the three flew south. A few days later, Mei Enning and Zai Ling were fully convinced of Han Li's judgment. Because, as Han Li had said, there were no islands along the way, and the sea was lifeless except for a few ferocious sea beasts, with no sign of any demon beasts. This unusual sight left the two women in awe. Perhaps because of their shared hardships, the three got along very well, laughing and chatting along the way. Han Li, surrounded by two beautiful women, occasionally found his heart stirred. However, upon entering the boundless sea, the face of another cold and aloof woman began to appear in his mind. Nangong Wan, he wondered how this moon sect woman, with whom he had once shared a deep connection, was faring. Thinking of her stirred complex emotions in him, love, pity, anger, and a mix of other feelings he couldn't quite describe. Thus, the three continued flying for 3 to 4 months, until one day they finally saw a hint of green on the horizon. Naturally, they were overjoyed. The tension they had been holding onto finally relaxed, and they flew excitedly towards the mainland. The Zai Kingdom was the southernmost country in the Tian Nan region. It was smaller than the Yue Kingdom, from which Han Li originally hailed, covering only about 2/3 of its size, and was divided into 7 prefectures. Min Prefecture, adjacent to the boundless sea, was the largest of these prefectures, and Fengri City was both its capital and the largest city in Min Prefecture. Currently, Han Li, Mei Enning, and Zai Ling were seated in a private room of a small city's tavern in Min Prefecture, engaged in light conversation. Brother Han, so you can speak the local language because you're from the Tian Nan region. You really kept this from us. Zai Ling playfully teased Han Li with a mock reproachful look. Not long ago, Han Li had revealed a bit about his origins to the two women, which naturally surprised them. Fortunately, having seen Han Li's familiarity with the boundless sea earlier, they had already suspected something, so they weren't too shocked. What's there to say? I ended up in the chaotic star sea by accident and lost contact with my sect years ago. I didn't expect to return to Tian Nan so soon. Han Li laughed, seemingly in a good mood. Since Brother Han is a local, you must show us around. Zai Ling joked with a smile. At this moment, she had reverted to her original, more ordinary appearance to avoid attracting trouble. But having seen her true face, Han Li still found her every gesture enchanting. Well, I'm not really a local. I ended up in the chaotic star sea while fleeing from enemies. Here, I made this jade slip for you too, containing translations of Tian Nan's language and script. Since you'll be staying here for a while, it'll be useful. Hanley handed them the white jade slips he had crafted overnight. By the way, do you two have any plans? I'm thinking of finding a place to seclude myself for cultivation. I feel like I'm nearing the peak of the core formation stage and need to prepare for forming my nascent soul. Han Li said, sipping his tea and observing the two women's reactions. I haven't been in the core formation stage for long, so my foundation isn't stable. I plan to find a place to cultivate for a while. What about you, Sister May? Zai Ling asked after some thought. I don't know. I'm only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. With my talent, my chances of forming a core are slim. Unless I find some miraculous elixir, I'll probably have to become a concubine to a high-level cultivator and rely on dual cultivation to form a core. Mei Enning hesitated before revealing her thoughts, surprising both Han Li and Zai Ling. Become a concubine. That's too degrading. How can you do that? Zai Ling objected firmly. Han Li frowned but remained silent. A concubine's status is barely better than that of a cultivation furnace. If you end up with a malicious high-level cultivator, they might use you as a furnace for their own cultivation, which is too dangerous. Zai Ling continued, making Mei Enning silent and sorrowful. If you really want to rely on dual cultivation, you should at least find someone trustworthy, like Brother Han. I think he'd treat you well and wouldn't let you suffer. Zai Ling suggested with a smile, causing Han Li to pause in surprise and then casually touch his nose. Mei Enning blushed deeply but didn't oppose Zai Ling's suggestion. Given Han Li's high cultivation level, close to forming a nascent soul, and his character that she had come to understand during their time together, she felt he wasn't a cruel person. Being his concubine seemed acceptable to her. Beautiful female cultivators with some cultivation ability often needed to rely on powerful male cultivators in the cultivation world. Without such protection, they could easily be captured and subjected to various torments. Especially now, with her brother dead and herself alone, this was a very real possibility. The atmosphere in the private room became unusually ambiguous with Zai Ling's suggestion. Brother Han, what do you think of my suggestion? With Mei Enning's beauty, she is more than worthy to be your concubine. Such a good opportunity presented to you, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Xiling asked with a charming smile when she saw Han Li remained silent. Han Li's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Mei Enning, a gentle and radiant beauty. May Enning lowered her head even further, a faint blush spreading across her exposed, snow-white neck, making her extremely enchanting. It seemed she tacitly agreed with what Xiling said. With Miss May's beauty and character, not only would she make a fine concubine, but she would also be a sought-after dual cultivation partner for any high-level cultivator. However, I, Han Li, am different from ordinary cultivators. I vowed long ago to dedicate my life to pursuing immortality and eternal life, avoiding romantic entanglements. Moreover, I am used to traveling alone, often finding myself in dangerous situations. How could I have the qualifications to take a concubine? Having Miss May with me would not be a good thing. It would only cause her harm, Han Li said calmly and steadily. Upon hearing Han Li's words, May Enning's body trembled slightly, the blush on her neck quickly fading. She slowly raised her head, her face looking somewhat pale. Brother Han, are you just making excuses? With your current late-stage core formation cultivation, aside from those old nascent soul monsters, who else could threaten you? Moreover, you might soon successfully form a nascent soul, and then the world will be open to you. How could you not protect such a weak woman like May Enning? Xiling said, somewhat reproachfully, as if displeased that Han Li would reject such a beautiful woman. Xiling, you know that while I consider myself slightly stronger than other cultivators of the same level, the enemies I provoke are also powerful. Until I truly reach the nascent soul stage and possess enough strength, I won't consider taking a concubine. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect her, and it would only cause unnecessary sorrow, Han Li said coolly. Xiling frowned, knowing that Han Li was speaking the truth. Moreover, she sensed that he seemed somewhat displeased, so she sighed and dropped the topic. If Brother Han doesn't dislike my plain appearance, would you consider taking me as your concubine once you reach the nascent soul stage? May Enning's beautiful face finally regained its color, but after biting her lip, she looked at Han Li and asked unexpectedly, nascent soul stage? I have no certainty about reaching that stage. Even if I do manage to achieve it, who knows how many years it will take? Would Miss May really be willing to wait indefinitely? Even 100 years might not be enough for me to form a nascent soul, Han Li said indifferently, glancing at her. May Enning's face showed indecision, unable to respond. With her foundation establishment stage lifespan, 100 years, or even 20 to 30 years, was far too long. While Han Li was an excellent dual cultivation partner, she couldn't possibly wait for such a long and uncertain outcome. After all, the cultivation world is harsh and pragmatic. Although she had developed a certain affection for Han Li during their time together, to say she was completely devoted to him, willing to wait without any regrets, was impossible. Seeing the hesitation on May Enning's face, Han Li sighed inwardly. He reached into his robe and pulled out 2 small bottles, handing them to her. These are some pills refined from monster cores to enhance your cultivation. Instead of thinking about dual cultivation, why not focus on your practice? Perhaps, like Xiling, you might form your own golden core, Han Li said leisurely. These foundation establishment pills were no longer useful to Han Li, but considering May Enning's past help with channeling spiritual energy, he didn't mind using them to repay her. With this, he felt he no longer owed her anything. Pills refined from monster cores. May Enning looked moved. She instinctively took a small bottle, opened it, and a fragrant scent filled the room. These are top-grade pills. She stared at the bottle in a daze, unsure what to say. Although Han Li had shown interest in her in the nether realm, he had just rejected her as a concubine and now offered such precious pills. She was confused. Brother Han is indeed generous. Since he said so, sister, just take them. Perhaps after gathering some more herbs, you might really form your own golden core, just as Brother Han suggested. Then, we can support each other and live freely, Xiling said with a smile, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes when she saw the pills. May Enning looked at Han Li with a complex expression, thanked him softly, and gently put the small bottles into her storage pouch. Seeing her accept the pills, Han Li showed a faint smile. He then turned his head slightly to look out the window at the bustling street. The familiar scene reminded him of some long-forgotten memories, and he sighed lightly. Seeing Han Li's expression, Xiling and May Enning exchanged puzzled glances. Nanju, the second largest of the 7 states in the Xi Kingdom, located in the remote western part of the kingdom. The terrain is complex, filled with hills and dense forests, and often plagued by swamps and miasma. Therefore, aside from a few isolated cities and some official roads, few people traveled in the wild. The more remote mountains and ridges were the domain of poisonous snakes and wild beasts, where ordinary people dared not venture. Conversely, due to its unique environment and the abundance of rare herbs and exotic beasts, Nanju was a favorite place for the cultivators of the Xi Kingdom. Over half of the kingdom's cultivator sects were concentrated in this small state, with some powerful sects occupying the areas with the most abundant spiritual energy. Among them, Yunmeng Mountain was renowned throughout the entire Tian-Nan region for its spiritual energy. Deep within this mountain range grew a legendary spirit eye tree, one of the 3 great sacred trees in the cultivation world. In the eyes of those in power in the cultivation sects, it was even more valuable than the heavenly thunder bamboo and soul-nurturing wood. Every 200 years, the spirit eye tree would produce a liquid called pure essence from its roots. Although this liquid could not be consumed directly, it was an excellent ingredient for refining certain spiritual medicines. One such legendary medicine was the spirit-stabilizing pill, which required this liquid as a catalyst. The spirit-stabilizing pill, also known as the soul-calming pill, could not only enhance a cultivator's level, but also stabilize the soul and reduce the invasion of heart demons. Taking one before forming a nascent soul would greatly ease the process. Forming a nascent soul was different from forming a golden core. Besides requiring cultivation and some luck, one also had to endure certain illusions and heart demon disturbances. After all, the process of transforming a core into a nascent soul was a formidable trial of a cultivator's mind and will. With such a heavenly treasure in Yunmeng Mountain, combined with its spiritual energy far surpassing ordinary spiritual veins, naturally, every sect wanted to establish a foothold there. After much competition, the mountain was now jointly occupied by 3 sects: Ancient Sword Sect, Luo Yun Sect, and Hundred Craft Institute. These 3 sects were already among the top in the Zai Kingdom, and their alliance left other sects with no choice but to abandon their hopes of occupying the spiritual veins of this mountain, despite their envy. Under one of the peaks of the Yunmeng mountain range, Han Li walked along a stone-paved path, pondering the information about Yunmeng Mountain while observing his surroundings. On this mountain path, besides him, a few young men and women walked silently, their faces showing signs of excitement. Seeing this, Han Li smiled inwardly. No wonder, for these days marked the time when the great cultivation sect Luo Yun sect was recruiting disciples. These young Qi refinement stage cultivators were naturally thrilled. Han Li had a reason for appearing here half a month later. He also intended to join this sect, renowned for its alchemy techniques. However, he planned to do so not as a core formation stage cultivator, but as an ordinary Qi refinement stage disciple. With his current cultivation and the mysterious aura concealing technique he mastered, only nascent soul stage cultivators or above could detect his true level. Thus, he dared to make such a plan. Yet, thinking back to the moment when he parted ways with Xiling and Mei Enning, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Initially, he intended to find a place to establish a cave residence and consume pills to advance his cultivation to the peak of the late core formation stage. Although his spiritual energy had increased before, he was still short of the false nascent soul stage needed to start forming a nascent soul. But an unexpected event disrupted his plans. After consuming a pill, he was astonished to find that it had no effect. Whether it was a pill made from a 6th-level monster core or a 7th-level one, none of them had any effect. This left Han Li at a loss. Volume 5, Renowned Far and Wide. This occurrence was both unexpected and anticipated by Han Li. Using the power of elixirs to advance in cultivation could indeed lead to rapid progress, and some top-grade elixirs could even facilitate astonishing advancements. However, this method was somewhat opportunistic. When one's cultivation reached a certain level of profundity, the efficacy of these elixirs in enhancing cultivation would diminish. This was because, as one's cultivation technique improved and their meridians underwent continuous refinement, the amount of spiritual power they could absorb in a single breath would steadily increase. Eventually, the efficiency of extracting spiritual power from elixirs would not differ much from the speed at which a cultivator absorbed spiritual energy from the surroundings. Consequently, elixirs gradually became ineffective unless more potent ones were consumed. The reason Han Li's foundational stage elixirs became ineffective when he reached the core formation stage was due to this principle. However, previously, this situation occurred only after transcending an entire major realm. Now, before even entering the nascent soul stage, these elixirs lost their effectiveness, a circumstance Han Li hadn't anticipated. Despite consulting various ancient texts and the experiences of nascent soul cultivators, he had expected that elixirs crafted from 7th-grade demonic cores, while less effective compared to before, would still be useful before condensing the nascent soul. This discrepancy puzzled Han Li. After careful consideration, he could only attribute the premature ineffectiveness of the elixirs to a long-standing resistance to them, although this was merely a conjecture. Perhaps it had something to do with the azure flame wine he consumed previously, or the spiritual energy he obtained from Mei Enning. Since neither of these substances was intended for human consumption, unexpected side effects were not entirely surprising. Han Li had no intention of delving into the true cause of the elixir's ineffectiveness. The situation had already occurred, and he couldn't change that fact. He naturally didn't want to waste effort investigating a futile matter. Instead, he began contemplating his next course of action. He still possessed an 8th-grade toxic dragon demonic core, an item so valuable that even with spirit stones, it couldn't be purchased. He couldn't bear to refine it into elixirs for cultivation. There was a high chance of failure in alchemy, and even if successful, a couple of elixirs wouldn't suffice to push him to the false core stage. Now it seemed he would have to rely on his own efforts, like an ordinary cultivator, to gradually improve his cultivation. He hadn't experienced such snail-like progress in a long time. Han Li couldn't help but bitterly smile at the thought. Fortunately, he was only a step away from the great perfection stage. With abundant spiritual energy, he estimated it would take just over a decade to achieve. Thus, he needed to find a place with a good spiritual vein for cultivation. Otherwise, in areas with thin spiritual energy, cultivation time would multiply. Han Li naturally wouldn't do something so foolish. However, when it came to spiritual veins, Tian Nan was different from the chaotic star sea. The chaotic star sea had few people and vast expanses of land, with numerous islands containing spiritual veins. In contrast, Tian Nan had a dense population and limited land area. Although not small, compared to the chaotic star sea, any place with spiritual veins was thoroughly occupied by sects and cultivator families. Even areas with sparse spiritual energy were swarmed by wandering cultivators, leaving no remnants for others. In terms of resources for cultivation, Tian Nan paled in comparison to the chaotic star sea. As a result, if Han Li wanted to continue cultivation, he could only integrate into a cultivator family or a sect. With his abilities, although he could dominate a cultivator family or a smaller sect to forcibly seize spiritual vein sites, he would likely soon find himself targeted by nascent soul stage cultivators again, a prospect he found tiresome. He just wanted to quietly condense his nascent soul. Family cultivators, Hanley thought for a moment before dismissing the idea. Family power alone couldn't occupy prime spiritual vein sites, let alone provide him with satisfactory spiritual energy. Moreover, family cultivators typically only accepted members of their own clan, making it difficult for outsiders to integrate. On the other hand, sects were different, especially larger ones. Not only did they occupy the best spiritual vein sites, but they also boasted numerous high-level cultivators within their ranks. In the event of any trouble, Han Li wouldn't need to reveal his true abilities. He could rely on the sect's protection and focus on his cultivation. Once he condensed his nascent soul, he would have nothing to fear. At that point, even if he revealed his identity, the upper echelons of the sect would only try to recruit him instead of antagonizing him. Thus, Han Li excluded family cultivators from his considerations. He needed to compare the characteristics and advantages of the three sects to decide which one to join. Before proceeding, Han Li recalled the general situation of the Tiannan cultivation world, which he had obtained from a local marketplace before parting ways with Zai Ling and Kinger. After all, compared to Han Li, the two women were more interested in familiarizing themselves with the Tiannan environment and the distribution of major forces. The current situation in Tiannan had undergone significant changes since Han Li's departure. Initially, various powers existed within the boundaries of different countries. However, now Tiannan was divided among the Demonic Path, Orthodox Path, the Sky Path Alliance, and the Nine Nations Alliance. Han Li was already familiar with the demonic and orthodox paths and the Nine Nations Alliance. However, the Sky Path Alliance emerged as a significant organization only after Han Li arrived in the chaotic Star Sea. It was a massive coalition formed by dozens of small and large countries to collectively resist the dominance of the demonic and orthodox paths. While individually weaker than either of the other two paths, when united, they posed a considerable threat. However, in the absence of joint attacks from the demonic and orthodox paths, the Sky Path Alliance had nothing to fear. As a result, the three powers were in a delicate balance. The absence of major conflicts for over 100 years was primarily due to the influence of another major power, the Nine Nations Alliance. Initially, the Nine Nations Alliance absorbed the 7 factions of the Yue Kingdom and many other cultivator sects and wandering cultivators expelled by the demonic and orthodox paths, significantly boosting its strength. It was expected that they would easily dominate the vast Mulan plains. However, unexpectedly, the Mulan tribes received significant reinforcements from their second and fourth largest tribes, doubling the number of their cultivators. The conflict intensified, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. The Nine Nations Alliance found itself at a disadvantage, even losing some territory. Forced to seek assistance from the demonic and orthodox paths and the Sky Path Alliance, the Nine Nations Alliance threatened that if the three major powers refused to send reinforcements, they would fully integrate the Mulan cultivators into their ranks. Although reluctant, The demonic and orthodox paths and the Sky Path Alliance understood that if the Nine Nations Alliance retreated, leaving the Mulan cultivators to their own devices, their lives would be far from easy. Thus, they reluctantly sent reinforcements. After a decisive battle that claimed thousands of lives, the Nine Nations Alliance managed to repel the Mulan offensive and regain their footing. Afterwards, the Nine Nations Alliance also became obedient. They demanded that other powers must take turns sending people to jointly resist the attacks of the Merlin. Otherwise, if only their faction exerted effort while the other three enjoyed leisure, they refused to cooperate any longer. After a long period of negotiation and wrangling, the four major powers finally reached an agreement, with the Nine Nations Alliance as the main force and the other three as supporting, to jointly combat the Merlin threat. It's also because of this agreement that, for over a century, although the righteous and demonic forces have consolidated the vast territories they gained previously, they dare not easily reignite hostilities due to the looming threat of the Merlin and the warnings of the Nine Nations Alliance. As for the Xi Nation and the two neighboring countries, they are subordinate to the Heavenly Tao Alliance. And the ancient Sword Sect, Falling Cloud Sect, Hundred Crafts Hall, and other three factions are even the core sects among them. Among these three sects, Han Li was not initially interested in the Falling Cloud Sect, but rather in the Hundred Crafts Academy, renowned in the cultivation world for its art of refining treasures. In addition to having unique cultivation methods, the disciples of this sect were highly skilled in refining various grades of magical treasures. Rumor had it that the sect even possessed the methods to refine several top-tier magical treasures. The original form of the symbol treasure Kyankun Tower from the Yan family, the foremost family of the Yue nation, was crafted using the methods of this sect, garnering considerable fame. This intrigued Han Li. Unfortunately, the sect's recruitment of disciples was somewhat exclusive, similar to the 7 sects of the Yue nation. They mainly recruited disciples from various cultivation families and rarely accepted outsiders. Moreover, the sect was essentially controlled by the 5 most powerful cultivation families, occupying a mountain range in the western part of Yunmeng Mountain. This was a bit disappointing for Han Li, so he had to give up on it. As the name suggests, Ancient Sword Sect was extremely proficient in the art of swordsmanship. Whether it was magical tools or treasures, they were all sorts of swords of various sizes. Their sect's pinnacle skill, the Tai Bai sword technique, was famous throughout the Ziguo, sharp and unparalleled. The Ancient Sword Sect not only recruited disciples from cultivation families, but also accepted young wandering cultivators. However, the sect's cultivation methods had very high requirements for aptitude. Generally, those with slightly inferior spiritual roots would not be able to cultivate their various techniques. So, despite the frequent recruitment of disciples, the number of disciples in the sect was the lowest among the 3 sects. But once disciples of the Ancient Sword Sect achieved success in their cultivation, Relying on the powerful attacking nature of sword cultivation, they often surpassed peers of the same level. Therefore, it was the strongest of the three sects and naturally occupied the main mountain range of Yunmeng Mountain. Lastly, there was the Falling Cloud sect, which, to some extent, was somewhat similar to the 100 Crafts Academy. While their cultivation methods were diverse but not refined, they were renowned for their alchemy skills. The rumored Ding Ling pill was only known to be refined by several elders of this sect in Ziguo. As a result, despite the significant gap in strength between the sect and the other two, the Falling Cloud sect managed to hold its ground in the eastern part of Yunmeng Mountain. The Falling Cloud sect recruited the most disciples among the three sects, with the lowest entry requirements. Basically, the sect had only two conditions for recruiting disciples. Either the disciple had decent spiritual roots and potential for cultivation, which the Falling Cloud sect, like other sects, was very happy to accept. Or the disciple had a certain foundation in cultivation, with the basic cultivation techniques reaching a high level. In that case, even if the spiritual roots were poor, they would still be accepted. After all, besides being famous for alchemy, the Falling Cloud sect was also involved in various miscellaneous studies, such as talisman formations, which required a large number of low-level disciples to continue. And for those cultivators who had some cultivation but poor spiritual roots, they might never have a future in entering cultivation sects. But like Han Li thought, they still felt that it was better to be a low-level disciple under a big tree, so quite a few of them entered the Falling Cloud sect. In this light, the Falling Cloud sect seemed to be the most suitable sect to join among the three. After hesitating for a while, Han Li inquired and learned that the sect would soon recruit disciples again, so he no longer hesitated. After bidding farewell to the two women, he didn't inform them of his whereabouts. Instead, he made some preparations and then flew to this place. After waiting at the foot of the mountain for several days, seeing that the time was approaching, many qi refinement cultivators from various places started to arrive. Only then did Han Li calmly appear on the stone path leading up the mountain. By now, Han Li had walked leisurely for about an hour from the foot of the mountain to here. Of course, this mountain was not really that tall. It was just that this stone path was enchanted to appear longer, probably to test the patience of those who wanted to join the sect. At this moment, the few male and female cultivators who were walking in front of Han Li also noticed something unusual. They whispered among themselves for a while, seemingly guessed the trick, and continued forward without paying further attention. These few people seemed to know each other, and none of them paid any attention to Han Li. Han Li followed them without any concern. After walking on the stone path for another half an hour, he finally saw the end of the stone steps, and the young men and women in front of him hurriedly walked up. Han Li, on the other hand, calmly walked up the last stone step and took a leisurely look at the situation before him. It was a huge platform over 100 feet wide. Apart from a seemingly inconspicuous pavilion on the opposite side, there was nothing but white surroundings, as if there was nothing else. In front of the nameless pavilion, there were dozens of cultivators sitting cross-legged, but none dared to enter the pavilion. The few male and female cultivators who came up with Han Li silently joined the crowd. Seeing this situation, Han Li remained unchanged but sneered inwardly. Perhaps these qi refinement cultivators couldn't see anything, but with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw through the illusion before him. What appeared to be a stone pavilion in front of him was actually a huge white jade building towering before him, with a giant plaque hanging above it bearing the 3 golden characters Fantasy Cloud Hall. In front of this building, 3 people were standing under the plaque, speaking to the bewildered qi refinement cultivators, pointing and gesturing. They relied on the strange effect of the array formation and showed no signs of avoidance at all. Among these 3, 2 were at the foundation establishment initial stage, and 1 seemed to be at the foundation establishment middle stage. It seemed they were the cultivators from the Falling Cloud sect responsible for guiding them. Han Li walked silently on the periphery of the crowd, sat down with lowered eyebrows and closed eyes, and began to meditate. But with his spiritual sense shrouding the 3, he effortlessly heard their conversation clearly. Senior Autumn, although the time has not yet come, it seems that there are not as many cultivators coming for entry this time, and most of them seem to be unqualified. Clearly, they only have cultivation at the 7th or 8th level, yet they dare to come here for entry. Do they really think our Falling Cloud sect will accept anyone? A young man with a fair complexion, who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, pointed at several people in the crowd and complained with some dissatisfaction. There's nothing we can do about it. It's because just 3 years ago, we had just recruited a batch of disciples. Now, being able to attract so many people is already quite good. Also, a few of our senior brothers had to make exceptions and accept 2 qi. Refinement cultivators with only cultivation at the 8th level because Senior Jin was urgently in need of manpower. This naturally gave the outsiders the wrong impression that the threshold for entering our Falling Cloud sect had been lowered again. That's why we have some wandering cultivators coming to try their luck. The person referred to as Senior Autumn was a cultivator in his 40s, with a serious expression and bright eyes, wearing a white robe. However, this time, we will certainly not go easy. After all, the recent low-level disciples we recruited were too poor in both cultivation and spiritual roots. It seems that one of the elders in the sect couldn't bear to see it and has already reminded the sect master. So, according to the sect master's intention, this time we will be more selective. Another spirited young man smiled and said, "Be more selective. If we do that, it would be lucky to recruit 10 disciples this time. Most of the people here would probably have to go back home." The fair-faced young man looked at the qi refinement cultivators in front of him with some disdain. Don't underestimate these wandering cultivators, Senior Liu. Among them, there may be some hidden geniuses who have been overlooked. Just think about senior brother Sun Huo. He also entered our sect as a wandering cultivator in the past. But in just 5 or 6 years, senior brother Sun successfully reached foundation establishment. Although it was because he chose suitable techniques and made great contributions during that time, it was also related to his outstanding talent. Senior Autumn glanced at the young man named Liu, his expression calm as he said, "Cough, senior brother is right. It's just that junior brother's words were a bit inappropriate." Upon hearing the words of the other, the fair-faced young man immediately remembered something and coughed awkwardly, trying to smile apologetically. It seemed he was somewhat wary of senior Autumn. Junior brother Liu. It seemed that senior Autumn wanted to say something to the young man named Liu, but Han Li wasn't interested in listening anymore. He immediately withdrew his spiritual sense and closed his eyes to rest. With his current suppressed aura, he appeared to be at the 10th level of qi refinement. With this level of cultivation, it should not be a problem for him to enter the falling cloud sect. After waiting for several hours, more cultivators came up from the foot of the mountain, and as the sun was about to set, nearly 100 qi refinement cultivators had gathered on the platform square, mostly young men and women, with some middle-aged cultivators with deeper cultivation. At this moment, a large red light suddenly appeared on the stone pavilion, and then, amidst the glow, the pavilion disappeared without a trace, replaced by a giant building over 10 meters high, along with the 3 figures in front of it. "Welcome, fellow cultivators, to our falling cloud sect. Below, my fellow brothers and I will be responsible for the selection of disciples this time. Fellow cultivators, listen carefully to what I, Senior Autumn, have to say next, and don't miss anything." Senior Autumn scanned the crowd with sharp eyes and calmly spoke. Seeing the unusual scene before them and hearing the words of Senior Autumn, the cultivators on the platform were surprised for a moment, then quickly stood up, expressing their concentration and respect. They knew that whether they could enter the falling cloud sect, one of the major cultivation sects, depended entirely on these 3 individuals, so they dared not leave a bad impression on them. Seeing that these wandering cultivators were sensible and not causing chaos, Senior Autumn's face showed a satisfied expression. "I believe you all should know the standards for our sect to accept disciples. I won't say much more here. Those with 2 or 3 spiritual roots, special spiritual bodies, basic cultivation at the 6th level or above, and under the age of 20 can step forward." Senior Autumn said slowly, his expression solemn. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred for a moment, but after a while, only 4 young people, 3 men and 1 woman, stepped forward. "You 4 follow junior brother Liu. He will be responsible for evaluating your cultivation qualifications." After giving them a cold glance, Senior Autumn said calmly. At this moment, the fair-faced young man beside him took 2 steps forward, raised his hand without a word, and a white light shot out from his sleeve, transforming into a huge brocade, gently floating a few feet above the ground. "You all come up. I will take you to another place for examination. Those who are not qualified will naturally be sent back. After a flash, the fair-faced young man stood on the brocade artifact, expressionless, and said. After exchanging glances, the four men and women hesitated for a moment before obediently stepping onto the brocade. Without delay, the fair-faced young man activated the artifact, and it transformed into a white light flying away. After watching the fair-faced young man leave, Senior Autumn turned to look at Han Li and the others, his expression slightly relaxed as he continued. Next, those with cultivation at the 10th level or above, regardless of spiritual root aptitude or age, please step forward. You will follow junior brother Yu. As long as there are no major issues with your background, you can join our sect. As for the rest of you, if you want to join our sect, you must undergo a test. Only those who pass will be accepted by the Falling Cloud sect. Otherwise, please focus on cultivation for a few more years and try again after advancing your cultivation. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously quiet crowd stirred, and apart from a few individuals, most of the wandering cultivators showed disappointed expressions. The selection criteria this time were clearly much stricter than before. This greatly disappointed those cultivators who had been harboring a bit of hope. Although there was a sentence afterwards about participating in the test, it seemed like mere polite words. Everyone knew that this was just a formality. After all, so many people had come eagerly, and the Falling Cloud sect couldn't send them all away without any chance. However, these tests were extremely difficult for low-level cultivators with cultivation below the 10th level. Those at the basic 7th or 8th level had almost no hope, while those at the 9th level had a bit of a chance. In previous tests, there were indeed some cultivators at the 9th level who passed, but the number was very small. Although these successful candidates might not have excellent aptitude or cultivation techniques, they were definitely outstanding in perseverance and determination. Therefore, even if they had little hope of progress in their cultivation path, they might still achieve something in other miscellaneous studies. The Falling Cloud sect did not reject such people. Amidst the envy of many, Han Li and 6 other cultivators stepped forward. After a brief glance, Senior Autumn nodded. Seeing this, the spirited young man didn't delay either. He also released a flying artifact, a huge round bronze basin, which appeared in front of Han Li and the others. This time, there was no need for the young man to say anything. Han Li and the other cultivators obediently stepped onto the artifact. Immediately, the bronze basin turned into a yellow light and flew away from the place, heading straight for the depths of Yunmeng Mountain. As for the remaining unqualified wandering cultivators, and whether anyone would participate in the test and enter the Falling Cloud sect, Han Li couldn't witness it, nor did he care. At this moment, he was inside the yellow shield of the bronze basin, curiously observing the 6 people accompanying him. There were 4 men and 2 women, with the exception of a quiet and elegant young woman in a yellow robe in her 20s. The rest looked to be in their 30s. One of the men, a green-robed cultivator, appeared to be over 50 years old. Although he seemed to have the highest cultivation among them, probably at the 12th level of chi condensation, Han Li couldn't help but shake his head lightly. Low-level cultivators with poor aptitude, if they wanted to cultivate to a level above 10, without any opportunities, would definitely spend much more time on cultivation than ordinary people. This led to Han Li and the young woman in the yellow robe, despite appearing to be in their 20s, being the youngest among the group. Back when he had pseudo-spiritual roots, if he didn't have that mysterious vial with an unknown origin in his possession, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through to the 5th or 6th level of cultivation, even at the age of this green-robed cultivator, let alone entering a major cultivation sect for practice. Han Li reminisced about his experiences over the years, which was rare for him to be lost in thought. Afterward, he returned to his senses and glanced at the others. The remaining people seemed to have nothing particularly remarkable about them, all showing excited expressions. However, when Han Li's gaze lingered on a burly man with a beard for a moment longer, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, but then he returned to normal as if nothing had happened. It wasn't that the man's appearance or attire was unusual, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be an inexplicable chilling aura emanating from him. This chilling aura was extremely subtle. Without careful scrutiny from Han Li's unfathomable spiritual sense, it would have been easily overlooked. This definitely wasn't the ordinary spiritual energy fluctuations that should accompany the cultivation of basic elemental techniques. There must be some special technique involved to produce this effect. However, the man's cultivation level did indeed seem to be at the 12th level of chi condensation, without any signs of deception. This made Han Li maintain a calm appearance, but he couldn't help but ponder inwardly. Just as Han Li was silently speculating, under the manipulation of the unnamed youth, the massive bronze basin suddenly appeared in front of an endless sea of mist. At a glance, the mist churned violently, thick and dense, with faint sounds of howling winds and thunder emanating from within, seeming exceptionally unusual. With a slight movement in his heart, Han Li tentatively swept his spiritual sense, but when it extended about 10 meters into the mist, it was blocked by something, unable to penetrate through. Han Li's heart skipped a beat, realizing that this white mist was not an ordinary restriction. It was probably a powerful prohibition generated by the falling cloud sect's protective formation. He didn't dare to rashly probe further and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. As for the other, wandering cultivators with Han Li, they all showed expressions of awe as they looked at the endless sea of mist. Although they had never encountered any formations before, the astonishing scene before them was enough to broaden their horizons. At this moment, the unnamed youth changed his technique, and the flying artifact slowly came to a stop. He reached into his storage pouch and took out a green flag in front of Han Li and the others. Chanting incantations, the youth's hands emitted faint green rays, which gradually became brighter. Open. After finishing the incantation, the spirited youth pointed the flag at the white mist in front of him. A thick green beam, the size of a bowl, shot out from the tip of the flag, piercing straight into the mist. An astonishing scene unfolded. While the mist continued to churn elsewhere, a small section of the mist in front suddenly calmed down. Then, a melodious chant sounded, the white mist parted, and a passage 2 or 3 meters wide appeared in front of them. Seeing this scene, the unnamed youth didn't dare to delay. He immediately urged the flying artifact and flew into the passage with the others, disappearing in an instant. Soon, the opened passage silently closed on its own, followed by the resumption of the sound of wind and thunder. After a cup of tea's time, Han Li and the others finally passed through the sea of mist and appeared in a secluded paradise. Before they could see clearly, a dense spiritual energy rushed toward them. Han Li couldn't help but take a deep breath before focusing his gaze. It was a vast expanse of land, lush and green, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. Several towering peaks, ranging from near to far, appeared before them. Around these peaks, numerous buildings, halls, and pavilions of various sizes could be seen. Countless cultivators in different clothes were bustling about, flying in and out, appearing to be very busy. Take a good look. This is the location of our falling cloud sect's mountain gate, the Six Wonders Peak. If you are truly accepted into our sect in the future, this will also be your sect. Han Li and the others naturally had no objections. Immediately, the unnamed youth drove the huge basin under his feet and headed straight for the so-called Heavenly Spring Peak in the distance. On the way, they encountered several passing cultivators, most of whom were low-level chi condensation cultivators. As soon as they saw the youth, they respectfully saluted and greeted him, indicating that the youth had a considerable reputation in the falling cloud sect. The only Foundation establishment cultivator they encountered was a yellow-robed cultivator with pointed ears and monkey cheeks. This person happened to be flying down from the Heavenly Spring Peak on a flying fork. When he saw the unnamed youth, he was momentarily surprised, but then greeted him with a smile. "Junior brother Yu, are these people new disciples? It seems that there are not many of them this time." This person was extremely enthusiastic towards the youth, but he didn't spare a glance at Han Li and the other cultivators, appearing quite disdainful. "So it's senior brother Yan. These people still need to undergo the heart inquiry technique test. After reporting to the sect master, they can be considered official disciples of our sect. Right now, they are just candidates." The spirited youth, upon seeing this yellow-robed cultivator, couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, but still replied indifferently. "I see, but junior brother, as you know, I'm still short of 2 talisman-making disciples. How about assigning 2 of these people directly to me?" After a quick thought, the yellow-robed cultivator smiled and suggested. At this moment, his gaze fell on the people behind the youth. Han Li's expression remained calm, but he felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. The way this person looked at them made him feel repulsed. It was as if he regarded them as objects. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed like he genuinely intended to use them as laborers. The other wandering cultivators also showed slight changes in their expressions upon hearing this, indicating that they also didn't have a good impression of this person. Senior Brother Yan, I can't make decisions about this matter. You should know that the allocation of disciples has always been handled by the sect master. If Senior Brother feels that there aren't enough talisman-making disciples, you can apply to the sect master. Junior Brother still has important matters to attend to. Brother Meow is waiting for us at the Welcome Pine residence. We won't accompany you further. The you-named youth, understanding the temperament of the yellow-robed cultivator, immediately rejected his excessive request and quickly found an excuse to leave with Han Li and the others. The yellow-robed cultivator wanted to continue persuading them, but upon hearing the words Brother Meow, he hesitated for a moment, showing a trace of hesitation on his face. Then he let the youth leave. Watching the youth and the others enter a distant building, the yellow-robed cultivator's expression remained uncertain. After pondering for a while, he suddenly snorted coldly and turned into a yellow light, flying towards another mountain peak. Meanwhile, the youth had already led Han Li and the others into the first floor of a pavilion, where they encountered a stranger sitting on a sandalwood chair, absorbed in reading a bamboo scroll. Seeing the skinny youth in his mid-30s, engrossed in reading the scroll, Han Li was quite surprised. Although this person looked to be in his mid-30s, his cultivation had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. Although he had just entered the late stage and hadn't fully consolidated it, he was still a rare genius. Given his current age, he had a good chance of forming a golden core and entering the core formation stage. No wonder the annoying yellow-robed cultivator didn't dare to continue pestering him after hearing his name. The other cultivators who came with Han Li were equally shocked when they saw the remarkable cultivation level of the skinny youth. At this moment, the skinny youth put down the bamboo scroll and glanced at the you-named youth, then softly asked, "Young junior brother Yu, have you been through some trouble? Senior brother Yan of the Locking Smoke Peak stopped you just now." Now that senior brother already knows, why bother asking again? But was that person bothering senior sister Pei Ling again? The spirited youth showed a hint of annoyance when mentioning the yellow-robed cultivator. What do you mean by that person? Even though senior brother Yan is a bit excessive, he is still a fellow disciple of our falling cloud sect. Junior brother Yu's words were a bit inappropriate. You should be more careful in the future. If Master hears about this, punishment is inevitable. The sickly-looking youth's tone contained a hint of reproach, but it was calm, without any trace of anger. However, upon hearing the sickly-looking youth's reprimand, the you-named youth's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied, "I understand, senior brother. I will be more careful in the future." After hearing the young man's apology, the skinny youth smiled slightly. After nodding, he turned his gaze to Han Li and the others, examining them one by one. He looked very carefully, and his gaze moved from head to toe very slowly, making most of the people feel uneasy. However, Hanley felt like it was just his imagination when he noticed that the man's gaze seemed to pause instinctively when it reached the burly man with the beard, then quickly moved on to the others. With Han Li's cultivation level, it was impossible for the man to detect anything, but Han Li couldn't help but note this in his mind. After a while, the skinny youth retracted his gaze and calmly touched his waist, producing a handful of shining silver talismans. This time, there are only 7 people, which is not much different from what I expected. Otherwise, if there were more people, I wouldn't have enough heart inquiry talismans. Junior brother Yu, after these talismans take effect, bring them to my practice room. The skinny youth's voice was calm as he handed the talismans to the young man before standing up and walking towards the 2nd floor without looking back. However, as the skinny youth slowly ascended the corner stairs, for some reason, he suddenly bent over and coughed violently with his back facing the people. The sound seemed painful, but he stood up straight after a while and disappeared from sight at the top of the stairs, leaving everyone puzzled. Seeing this scene, Han Li's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. The you-named youth showed a worried expression, sighed, and turned back to Han Li and the others. These are the heart inquiry talismans rumored to be very effective. As you should know, they determine whether your answers are truthful or not. If anyone has malicious intentions or tries to deceive, it's best to leave now. Otherwise, if anything suspicious is found later, don't blame the falling cloud sect for being ruthless. After saying these words, the young man's eyes flashed with coldness as he swept a glance at the 7 people across from him. Although his tone was somewhat sinister, naturally, no one dared to speak out at this moment. The you-named youth nodded slightly, his expression easing, and with a wave of his hands, 7 silver lights shot out and landed on each person's right shoulder. The youth then calmly sat down cross-legged, paying no attention to the closed-eyed cultivators. Now the bearded cultivator and the others looked at each other in surprise. Although they each had their own thoughts, they didn't dare to remove the heart inquiry talismans. They could only wait anxiously. At this moment, Han Li tilted his head slightly, glanced at the silver talisman shimmering on his shoulder, and smirked inwardly, but quickly composed himself. Not long after, the silver talisman on Han Li's shoulder suddenly emitted a dazzling light, then flickered intermittently. The you-named youth noticed something and opened his eyes, emotionlessly saying to Han Li, "It's your turn to go upstairs. Senior brother Miao is waiting for you up there." Han Li heard this, glanced at the silver talisman on his shoulder, and without saying a word, he lifted his leg and walked. Moments later, he was standing on the 2nd floor of the pavilion. The place was empty except for 2 mats. There was nothing else. The skinny youth was seated on one of the mats. As soon as he saw Han Li come up, He smiled faintly and gestured towards the mat in front of him. "Please have a seat. Don't worry. It'll be over soon. And the heart inquiry technique is not a bewitching technique. It simply determines whether your answers are truthful or not. Although the accuracy of this technique is not absolute, there are usually no mistakes. Therefore, I will ask you 10 questions. If 3 or more of your answers are judged to be lies, you will not be accepted by our sect. Do you understand, fellow cultivator?" "I understand." Han Li sighed and nodded, honestly replying, then sat down on the mat in front of the skinny youth. However, inside, Han Li sneered. If the heart inquiry technique could detect his true thoughts, that would be truly surprising. "All right, let's begin with your background." The skinny youth, after glancing at the silver talisman on Han Li's shoulder, started asking questions. Half a day later, the you-named youth led Han Li and the other 7 people out of the pavilion and flew straight towards the tallest peak in the area. The largest peak among these mountains was the main peak of the 6 Wonders Peaks, towering 3,000 to 4,000 feet high. It was situated among several other peaks, like stars surrounding the moon, overlooking the other peaks including Heavenly Spring Peak. This giant peak was shrouded in light purple mountain mist from its waist, giving it a mysterious aura. However, at the foot of this mountain, it was bustling and lively. Buildings of various sizes were scattered around the mountain, ranging from small, rudimentary stone houses to large halls several dozen feet high. There were also many cobblestone streets resembling markets, bustling with activity. Along these streets were various stalls, with people hawking their wares. Many disciples of the falling cloud sect were also walking among them, bargaining with the stall owners. This scene left Han Li and the other 6 cultivators passing through these streets in astonishment. The young man surnamed Yu, however, was accustomed to it, casually activating a magical tool as he flew straight towards a solitary stone hall hundreds of feet high. This stone hall was built entirely of green boulders, about 20 to 30 feet tall, with 2 smaller side halls of 6 to 7 meters each. At the stone platform in front of the hall door, several cultivators were flying in and out sporadically. Yu lowered the bronze bowl, allowing Han Li and the others to descend one by one. Then he made a hand seal, causing the bronze bowl to quickly shrink before storing it in his storage bag. "You wait here for a moment. I'll inform the sect master first and then call you in," he said, striding forward without paying further attention to the group. Several chi condensation cultivators guarding the entrance, apparently familiar with the young man surnamed Yu, did not approach to question him, but instead respectfully saluted him before watching him enter the hall. At this moment, the guards cast curious glances at Han Li and the others nearby, seemingly guessing something about their identities. After a while, no one inside the hall called them in, but a white light flew over from a distance. As the light faded above Han Li and the others, a huge brocade appeared, with the pale-faced young man and 4 other young cultivators standing on it, who had been taken away earlier. The pale-faced young man cast a surprised glance down at the 7 people below, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But then he ignored them and descended a magical tool to let the 4 young men stay in place, while he walked arrogantly into the stone hall. At this moment, Han Li and the other 7 people, who had just become disciples of the falling cloud sect, felt a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere, and there was even a hint of subtle hostility between the 2 groups. However, as new disciples of the falling cloud sect, neither group spoke, just silently waiting. After waiting for a while, Yu finally walked out of the hall. As soon as he appeared at the door, he waved to Han Li and the others and then turned to look at the 4 young men, saying without hesitation, "The 4 of you come in together as well. The sect master will see all of you new disciples together." After saying this, he walked away. Both groups naturally did not dare to delay and quickly followed him inside. Following behind the young man, they crossed a short corridor and were led into a hall about 20 to 30 feet wide. Inside, there were 7 or 8 cultivators with different expressions sitting on wooden chairs, whispering something. As soon as the young man surnamed Yu brought the new disciples in, they stopped talking immediately, and their eyes swooshed over to Han Li and the others. Han Li seemed to be honest at this moment, but with his spiritual sense slightly extended, he could see the appearance and cultivation level of all these cultivators in his mind. There was 1 at the late foundation establishment stage, 2 at the middle stage, and the rest were at the early stage. Autumn's senior brother and the pale-faced young man were also sitting among them. At this moment, the eyes of the other cultivators swept over Han Li and the others and finally landed on the 4 young disciples, showing a hint of eagerness in their eyes. Sensing all this, Han Li was surprised, but before he could react, the voice of the falling cloud sect master echoed in the hall. "Well, it's already good to have these disciples joining us. After all, it was only a few years ago that we recruited a batch. Now, several senior brothers take a look and decide how to allocate these disciples. After all, our falling cloud sect has 6 peaks, and I'm afraid none of them will refuse more disciples. Let's start with these 7 external disciples." An hour later, Han Li and the stubble-faced man stood on the giant bowl again, flying back to the heavenly spring peak with the young man surnamed Yu. They had changed into cyan low-level disciple robes. After the allocation in the hall, the 2 of them were surprisingly assigned to the heavenly spring peak. The young man didn't seem to have any objections to this. After the allocation was completed, he took the 2 of them and left the stone hall. As for the burly young man who was favored, he was unexpectedly assigned to the illusory stone peak. Although the gray-haired old man and the middle-aged man from the hidden sword peak were somewhat unhappy, they had no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, they were also assigned to 2 other so-called inner disciples, so they didn't return empty-handed. You 2 may be external disciples, but being assigned to our heavenly spring peak is considered lucky for you. Because our master treats everyone kindly and generously, We won't treat you external disciples too harshly. However, the tasks assigned to you still need to be completed on time. The rest of the time, you are free to do as you please. If you happen to achieve great things, perhaps our master will reward you with foundation establishment pills. After all, in name, the treatment for external disciples and inner disciples is the same. It's just that inner disciples mainly focus on cultivation, but due to your qualifications, you naturally have to put more effort into miscellaneous studies such as crafting symbols and refining medicine. Several of the elder brothers on our peak have profound attainments in this regard, and you can learn a lot from them. It seemed that because Han Li and the stubble-faced man were now disciples of the heavenly spring peak, this young man was much gentler towards them and began to explain some things they should pay attention to. As for the stubble-faced man, he just grinned. He seemed to have a simple and straightforward manner. This made Han Li, who already knew that there was something suspicious about the other party, feel speechless. Either the burly man was exceptionally skilled at acting, or he truly didn't realize the peculiarity about himself. However, with this, the strange look that Senior Meow gave him when he saw him seemed a bit intriguing. Han Li couldn't believe that a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage could discern the chilliness emanating from him. There must be something fishy going on. The young man surnamed Yu seemed quite satisfied with Han Li and the burly man's performance. After a few more pointers, he led the two of them to land in front of a building halfway up the heavenly spring peak. On a blue stone platform where they landed, two young men and women were standing side by side, chatting. As soon as they saw the young man, the two of them stopped talking and walked over. "Isn't this Senior Yu? Are you here to see Master?" A girl with a childish face, looking only 15 or 16 years old, asked the young man with a cheerful smile. Her casual attitude surprised Han Li, who knew well the strict hierarchy in the cultivation world. Yes, these two are the new external disciples. I want Master to see them and decide which senior brother's guidance would be more suitable for them, the young man surnamed Yu said with a hint of familiarity with the girl, smiling. "Oh, new junior brothers, if you have the chance in the future, don't forget to tell me and Senior Zin about worldly matters. I'm really curious to hear," the girl said with a sweet smile to Han Li and the burly man behind. "If Senior Sister wants to hear, why bother bringing me along? I still need to cultivate," a dark-skinned youth beside them muttered obediently. "You can start cultivating any time. But with new junior brothers from the mortal world joining the heavenly spring peak, it's a rare occasion. Naturally, we need to hear more about the outside world. Although you look young, you need to learn to share interesting stories from the outside," the girl, despite her young appearance, sternly lectured the youth, making him speechless. The young man surnamed Yu smiled wryly and shook his head before leading the two inside the courtyard opposite without saying much. "Both of you pay attention. Although junior sister Ma and junior brother Zin look young and are of the same generation as you, they are actually younger generations of Master in the mortal world. Although they have not been formally accepted as disciples, it's only a matter of time. Don't offend them. If Master blames you, no one can protect you, the young man reminded them as they walked. Hanley nodded wryly at this. The burly man just scratched his head and smiled without saying anything. Seeing their expressions, the young man smiled reassuringly and continued, "Junior brother Zin is a straightforward person and won't do anything inappropriate. Even junior sister Zin, although she has been mischievous since childhood, she has no ill intentions. So you don't have to worry too much. Just be a little careful." Han Li and the burly man nodded in agreement. During the conversation, they passed through several courtyards and arrived at a secluded wing room. "Is it Junner?" Almost as soon as they appeared in front of the wing room, a faint male voice sounded in their ears. Disciple pays respects to master. As soon as you heard this voice, he immediately stopped, his expression solemn as he answered loudly. "Your third senior brother and fifth senior sister are also here. Take the two behind you into the room together." The clear voice seemed to be in a good mood, smiling as he spoke. Yes, Yu Jun dared not delay, and with a nod to Han Li and the burly man, he quickly walked into the half-open door of the wing room. Inside was an exquisitely elegant hall, with several pots of unknown green plants besides, and only a set of ebony tables and chairs. Sitting beside the table was a middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar, with a strange appearance, 3 strands of black beard hanging down to his chest, giving him an otherworldly aura. On both sides of this person stood a man and a woman. The man had white hair and a face full of wrinkles, unexpectedly an old man in his late 60s, smiling without saying a word. The woman's face was as white as jade, with handsome features, looking about 27 or 28 years old, expressionless. Yujun hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Pay respects to master, third senior brother, and fifth senior sister." "Rise, you are not outsiders. There is no need for so many formalities. These two are the new disciples who have entered our heavenly spring peak, right?" The middle-aged man waved his sleeve, letting the young man stand up by himself, then looked at Han Li and the burly man with some interest. At a glance, Han Li could tell that this person was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Although a bit depressed, he could only force a smile and call out master. The burly man did the same. The master seemed to have not noticed anything peculiar about the burly man, let alone discern Han Li's true cultivation level. So he asked for their names and casually said good a few times before turning to the male and female disciples beside him and instructing them warmly. "Now that you two are here, there is no need to trouble others. You, proficient in talisman making, and you, accomplished in alchemy, should both need assistance. These 2 new disciples will be temporarily under your guidance. Of course, also give them some pointers on their cultivation. Even though they are external disciples, if their cultivation level is too low, it will be embarrassing in front of other disciples from different peaks." "Yes, master. I will take one," the white-haired old man said with a smile on his face. The woman in her 20s hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Now that junior sister agrees, I need some steady help with talisman making. Let this nephew, help out. As for junior brother Han, let junior sister take care of him. After thinking for a moment, the old man suggested. Seeing the nod from the junior sister, the middle-aged man nodded as well, but suddenly turned to Han Li and the burly man. You two can leave for now. I have something to discuss with your senior uncles. Wait outside for a moment. Han Li and the burly man glanced at each other, obediently agreed, and then left the room, standing a few dozen feet away from the wing room, waiting obediently. Afterward, the burly man, Du Dong, stood still in place, gazing at the clear sky far away, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Han Li, pretending to look lazy, listened attentively to the movements inside the room. With his powerful spiritual sense, he could easily pick up on every word spoken inside. Thus, although his expression remained unchanged, his eyes constantly flickered with subtle changes. 2 hours later, Han Li found himself in a strange medicinal garden covering over 100 feet in size. Looking at the lush, single herbaceous plants in the garden, the 3 thatched cottages in the middle of the garden, and the unnamed small mountain adjacent to the garden, Han Li rubbed his chin, revealing a faint smile on his face. The mid-foundation establishment female cultivator, using a red-colored ribbon, flew him and the burly man to this female disciple's cave abode. The senior marshal's sister, named Mew Paling, then asked him if he wanted to manage the medicinal garden or learn alchemy from her. This surprised Han Li. After all, any cultivator who wasn't brainless would definitely choose the latter. But before Han Li could respond, Mew Paling continued coldly. Managing the medicinal garden was straightforward, just delivering a fixed amount of medicinal ingredients every year, leaving plenty of time to cultivate. On the other hand, for external disciples learning alchemy, although they had the opportunity to learn profound alchemy techniques, they had to complete a fixed amount of pill refining every month, significantly reducing their cultivation time. Therefore, these 2 jobs had their pros and cons, and Han Li needed to think carefully before making a decision. Han Li was overjoyed and naturally chose his old profession of managing the medicinal garden without hesitation. This almost tailor-made job for him would allow him to openly cultivate. He had been wondering how to escape from the multitude of mundane tasks and focus on cultivation. Everything had fallen perfectly into place. His work in this medicinal garden was truly a stroke of luck. Mew Paling didn't show any surprise at Han Li's choice of managing the medicinal garden. Immediately, she brought him to this place, let him take over from the previous caretaker, and left behind a jade slip containing the water attribute technique Xuanbing art. With the original gardener in tow, she flew away. Now, this place belonged to Han Li,